Kita bukan nyanyi lah. Tak apa, MC boleh serak-serak basah pun tak apa. Apa? Oh, iyalah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone. My name is Muhammad Naha Azmi bin Muhammad. I will be the MC for today. Before the event officially begin, I would like to address few house rules. We would be very grateful if you would put your phone on silent mode. And when we would like to ask you to stand as well, when welcoming the arrival of our guests of honor, and to remain standing during the singing of our national anthem and University Malaya song. Thank you. Tak ada, tak ada, tak ada, tak ada, tak ada. Memang. Duduk. Duduk lagi panjang. announcing the arrival of the Director General of Higher Education, Director of Medical Development Division, Ministry of Health, Associate Vice Chancellor, Global Engagement University Malaya, Chairman of Malaysian Public Universities Medical Faculty Dean's Council, and Dean Faculty of Medicine. Kindly remain standing. We will sing for the national anthem.
Kebanggaan kita semua bertambah para ilmuwan di pelbagai lapangan. Kami bertekad di hati mencapai cita murni, tradisi kecemerlangan menepati wawasan. Di sini kami sedia berbakti, terus berinovasi. Kami harapan generasi muda, teras nusa dan bangsa. Varsity kesayanganku, sungguh banyak jasamu membentuk insan mulia, berilmu berbudaya. Di sini kami sedang berbakti, terus berinovasi. Kami harapan generasi muda, teras nusa dan bangsa. Varsity kesayanganku, sungguh banyak jasamu membentuk insan mulia, berilmu berbudaya.
Kindly be seated. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera. Pembuka kata, lidah bicara. Izinkan saya mulakan acara. Semoga majlis disambut ceria. Yang berusaha Profesor Dr. Azlinda Azman, Director General of Higher Education, Ministry of Higher Education. Yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Muhammad Azman Yaakob, Director of Medical Development Division, Ministry of Health, representing Director General of Health, Ministry of Health Malaysia. Yang berusaha Profesor Dr. Yvonne Lim Ailian, Associate Vice Chancellor, Global Engagement University Malaya. Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Jamaluddin bin Abdul Rahman, Chairman of Malaysian Public Universities Medical Faculty Dean's Council, Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. April Kamila Ruslani, Dean Faculty of Medicine, University Malaya, faculty members, students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Academia Day 2023 celebration and National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum NPMC project launch. The celebration of Academia Day 2023 by the Faculty of Medicine, University Malaya, with the theme 50 Years of Medical Specialist Training in Malaysia, mark a significant milestone in the history of the institution. The event commemorates half a century of excellence in medical education and specialization in Malaysia, showcases the remarkable contribution of the Faculty of Medicine to the health sector. It served as a platform to recognize the dedication of faculty members, alumni, and students while highlighting the critical role of the institution in shaping the nation's healthcare landscape. In conjunction with this celebration, the faculty is proud to launch the National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum, a groundbreaking initiative that will revolutionize medical education across the country. Duduk sekawan gadis jelita, buat santapan untuk pahlawan. Tampillah puan, kami meminta, madah ucapan kata aluan. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. April Kamila Ruslani, Dean Faculty of Medicine, to give her welcome speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Azlinda Azman, Director General of Higher Education, Ministry of Higher Education, Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Muhammad Azman Yaakob, Director of Medical Development Division, Ministry of Health, representing the Director General of Health, Ministry of Health, Malaysia. Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Yvonne Lim Ailian, Associate Vice Chancellor for Global Engagement, University Malaya. Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Jamaluddin bin Abdul Rahman, Chairman of the Malaysian Public Universities Medical Faculty Dean's Council. Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Adiba Kamaruzaman, Chief Executive Officer for Monash University Malaysia and Pro Vice Chancellor and President Malaysia for Monash University Australia. I also see in the audience some very distinguished guests, Professor Rosmawati Muhammad, who is the Master of the Academy of Medicine Malaysia, and of course my dear colleague, Professor Dr. Nazira Hasnan, who is the Director of University Malaya Medical Centre. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the Faculty of Medicine, University Malaya, on Academia Day, in conjunction with World Teachers' Day. This gathering is a celebration of our collective dedication to advancing medical knowledge and enhancing healthcare for all. It aligns perfectly with our faculty's vision and mission, which envisions a global academic health center that transforms society through knowledge and empowerment and aims to nurture lives and empower communities through high-quality healthcare scholarship. Today, in addition to celebrating our academic endeavors, we also mark an important milestone, the Golden Jubilee of Clinical Masters programs in Malaysia. In 1973, following a directive from the Malaysian Cabinet, University Malaya launched 3 such programs: the Master of Psychological Medicine, Master of Pathology, and the Master of Public Health. Since then, more than 10,000 specialists have been produced through these and other clinical masters programs, many who have gone on to be trainers and leaders in their own right, shaping and reshaping the Malaysian healthcare landscape. Nevertheless, healthcare continually evolves thanks to groundbreaking research in innovative diagnostics, therapeutics, and even preventive measures. Medical education curricula must evolve in parallel in order to remain relevant and must be locally contextualized in order to be effective in a particular healthcare setting. Postgraduate medical curricula in particular cannot simply be transported from one healthcare setting to another without such contextualization of case mix and resources. Programs, even if delivered by different providers, should have curricula aligned to local needs and meeting local standards. Recognizing this, the Medical Deans Council, under the direction of the Ministry of Higher Education, formed a steering committee for the ambitious National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum, or NPMC, project. This was a long and sometimes painful journey, but it reaped many rewards, not least of which was unity among the stakeholders. In addition to the launch of the first cohort of 12 specialty curricula and 3 generic core modules in 2021, a Train the Trainers, or TTT, curriculum was also developed and rolled out over the course of the past 2 years. TTT has already trained approximately 900 trainers across all specialties. Better yet, we have also developed local expertise for postgraduate medical curriculum development, which will stand us in good stead for years to come. In this regard, today we reach yet another milestone. Cohort 2 of the NPMC is ready to be launched. Congratulations to these 9 specialties: anesthesiology, otorhinolaryngology, sports medicine, pediatric surgery, anatomical pathology, chemical pathology, forensic pathology, hematology, and medical microbiology. The MPMC project is a testament to our commitment to deliver a unified and structured curriculum for the training of specialists throughout our nation. It enables collaboration among all stakeholders in providing safe patient care, adapting to the changing healthcare needs of our country. We are a community of practice dedicated to advancing medical knowledge and improving healthcare for all. With that, may I congratulate all of you on this Academia Day and World Teachers Day, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you to Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. April Camilla Ruslani for the welcome speech. Next, I would like to invite and welcome Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Yvonne Lim Ailian, Associate Vice Chancellor, Global Engagement, University Malaya, to give a speech.
A very good morning and salam sejahtera. Yang Berusaha, Professor Dr. Azlina Asman, the Director General of Higher Education, Minister of Higher Education Malaysia. Yang Berbahagia, Dato' Dr. Muhammad Azman Yaakob, Director of Medical Development Division, Ministry of Health, representing the Director General of Health, Ministry of Health Malaysia. Yang Berusaha, Professor Dr. Jamaluddin bin Abdul Rahman, the Chairman of Malaysian Public Universities Medical Faculty Deans Council. And Yang Berusaha, Professor Dr. April Camilla Ruslani, the Dean, Faculty of Medicine, University Malaya. Esteemed Deans, guests, members of the UM community, ladies and gentlemen. Today we gather here on a special occasion to celebrate Academy Day and mark a significant milestone in our institution's history. This year, particularly significant as we also commemorate the 50 years of medical specialist training in the fields of psychological medicine, pathology, and public health, the 3 Ps, and reflect upon the National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum Project. in 2019, the Ministry of Higher Education recognized the invaluable contributions of academicians and proclaimed that 5th of October of every year as Academia Day, dedicating the entire month of October. So this initiative allows global recognition of World Teachers' Day introduced by UNESCO in 1994. It is a time to pay tribute to the dedicated educators working tirelessly in various educational institutions across the country. During the Academia Day and Academia Month, we aim to highlight and appreciate the immense contributions, achievements, and sacrifices of all our lecturers and academic staff here at University Malaya. Our academicians are the backbone of our institution. They shape the future of our nations through their commitment in teaching and learning, in research and community engagement. So today we celebrate. The celebration serves as an opportunity to reflect upon the remarkable journey of medical specialist training in the fields of psychological medicine, pathology, and public health over the past 5 decades. It is a testament of your dedication, the expertise of medical faculty members who have been instrumental in producing world-class medical specialists, contributing to the healthcare advancements and improving the well-being of our society. Furthermore, we acknowledge the importance of the National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum Project. This initiative plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of medical education and training in our country. It ensures the medical graduates receive the highest standard of education, equipping them with the skills and knowledge needed to address the ever-evolving healthcare challenges of our time. As we look back at these 50 years of medical excellence and the ongoing efforts to enhance medical education through the NPMC project, let us renew our commitment to fostering academic excellence, innovation, and collaboration in all fields of study. It is our pledge to guarantee patient safety and the highest quality of care. This aligns perfectly with University Malaya's mission of nurturing aspiring leaders and pushing the boundaries of knowledge. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank many people who have been involved in this initiative. I know it took lots of sweat and blood and time and effort. So from the bottom of our heart, from the top management, thank you very much for your effort. So in closing, today marks a very significant, momentous moment in the history of University Malaya and our commitment to healthcare and medical education. As we move forward, let us continue to embrace our core values, uphold our vision, and fulfill our mission. Together, we can shape a healthier, more prosperous, and better informed world. Let us embark on this journey of excellence together. With that, I thank you and I wish you a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you, Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Yvonne Lim Ailian, Associate Vice Chancellor, Global Engagement, University Malaya, for the meaningful speech. Next, I would like to invite and welcome Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Jamaluddin bin Abdul Rahman, Chairman of Malaysian Public Universities Medical Faculty Dean's Council.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Yang Berusaha Profesor Dr. Azlinda Azman, Director General of Higher Education, Datuk Dr. Muhammad Azman Yaakob, Director of Medical Development Division, Ministry of Health Malaysia, Yang Berusaha Profesor Dr. Yvonne Lim Ailian, Associate Vice Chancellor for Global Engagement Universiti Malaya. Yang Berusaha my friend Prof. April Kamila Roslani, Dean, Faculty of Medicine, Universiti Malaya. Esteemed Deans, guests, member of the Universiti Malaya community, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and salam sejahtera. I am very honored to be here for Universiti Malaya Health Academia Months and Research Carnival 2023. Representing the Medical Deans Council, I would like to extend our heartfelt congratulations to the Faculty of Medicine, Universiti Malaya, for its remarkable journey spanning half a century in medical specialist training. It is a testament to the dedication, expertise, and relentless pursuit of excellence exhibited by the institution over the years. The impact of this training program on our healthcare system is immeasurable. And I'm confident it will continue to shape the future of medical practice in Malaysia. Today also marks the launch of the second cohort of National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum, or NPMC documents. It was started in 2014 when our healthcare landscape was undergoing profound changes. The demand for healthcare were evolving in terms of quantity, quality, expectation, and cost effectiveness. At that time, we faced challenges in medical training, particularly in postgraduate training for housemen and medical officers. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the NPMC project was initiated with a noble goal of delivering a unified and structured curriculum for the training of specialists across our nation. This project has been a collaborative effort funded by the Ministry of Higher Education, steered by the Nation Medical Deans Council, under then the leadership of the former Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, Professor Dato' Dr. Adiba Kamaruzzaman. The collective effort of medical specialists from various specialties, as well as guidance from the external advisors, Mr. David Pitts and the late Professor Simon Prostrick, have resulted in the development of these comprehensive curricular documents. In 2021, we witnessed the launch and the implementation of the 12 curricula for the first cohort of the specialists. These specialties are now moving forward, focusing on training the trainers, ensuring that our professionals are equipped and ready to provide the highest standards of patient care. And as of today, the hard work continues, and we proudly announce the launch of the next 9 medical curricula for the second cohort specialties. These include anesthesiology, otorhinolaryngology, sport medicine, pediatric surgery, anatomical pathology, chemical pathology, forensic pathology, hematology, and medical microbiology. The national curriculum establishes a harmonized framework, offering flexibility and unifying practices from all pathways. It provides a common early entry point and exit criteria, ensuring that specialists progress without delay and meet the highest standards. Ladies and gentlemen, the NPMC, however, is not merely just a framework. It is a commitment to excellence in healthcare. It is a pledge to ensure patient safety and quality of care by producing specialists who are rigorously trained and equipped to meet the ever-evolving healthcare challenges of our nation. With the amendment of the Medical Act and Regulation in 2012 and 2017 respectively, we believe these documents have become even more relevant. Please do not confuse NPMC with the specialty-specific requirements or the standards currently being finalized by Malaysian Medical Council. NPMC are guidelines on how these standards can be implemented. If we need to update the documents, we will. That means more works ahead. For that, I would like to thank Prof. April, the current Dean, Faculty of Medicine, Universiti Malaya, for continuing the legacy of Universiti Malaya to lead this project. I also would like to take the opportunity to thank the Ministry of Higher Education for their continuous support for this project. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a day of celebration, reflection, and renewed commitment. We celebrate the achievement of the past years in medical specialist training, and we commemorate the launch of the second cohort curricula under the NPMC project. We reflect the journey that brought us here, and we commit ourselves to a future where our healthcare system is marked by excellence, compassion, and unwavering dedication to the well-being of our patient. Let us strive not only to elevate the standard of medical education, but also to uplift the overall healthcare of the nation, fulfilling Malaysia's aspiration and serving its people with excellence. Again, tahniah to the Faculty of Medicine University Malaya for the 50-year celebration of the specialist training, and happy Academia Day to everyone. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Yang Berusaha Profesor Dr. Jamaluddin bin Abdul Rahman. Kalau Tuan pikat kenari, jangan patahkan batang jerami. Kepada Tuan sembah diberi, mohon ucapan di majlis kami. I would like to invite and welcome Yang Berbahagia Datuk Dr. Muhammad Azman Yaakob, Director of Medical Development Division, Ministry of Health, to give a speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Thank you to the chairperson. Patah hati, bukan patah kaki. Okay. Yang Bursa, Profesor Dr. Azlinda Azman, Director General of Higher Education, Ministry of Higher Education. Yang Bursa, Prof. Yvonne Lim Ailan, Associate Vice Chancellor, Global Engagement, Universiti Malaya. Yang Bursa, Profesor Dr. Jamaluddin bin Abdul Rahman, Chair, Malaysia Medical Dean Councils. Yang Bursa, Profesor Dr. April Camilla Roslani, Dean of Faculty of Medicine, Universiti Malaya. Faculty members, students, distinguished guests. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. First of all, I would like to thank the committee for these invitations. First of all, I'm so happy to be here because I can meet all my old friends. Prof. Sanjay Rampal was my classmate. Yeah. So both of us in public health now. It is indeed an honor for me today to represent Director General of Health, Ministry of Health, Malaysia, to celebrate the Academia Day 2023 organized by the Faculty of Medicine, Universiti Malaya. Today we gather not just as educators and students, but as a team dedicated to the noble cause of advancing healthcare in our nations. With the resonant theme, 50 years medical specialist training in Malaysia, this year's Academia Day celebration stands as a momentous occasion for the Faculty of Medicine at Universiti Malaya. A heartfelt congratulations to everyone involved. Further, I wish to express my profound admirations and congratulations to the Faculty of Medicine and all collaborating parties on the remarkable achievement in unveiling the new National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum, or NPMC, spanning 9 distinct areas of specialty. This milestone not only commemorates past achievements, but also heralds a promising future in medical education and expertise. As we gather in these prestigious institutions, it is a timely occasion to reflect on the remarkable journey of medical education in our country. Half a century ago, our country took a giant leap towards enhancing healthcare services by establishing the foundations of specialized medical training in the country. The theme of selected is a testament of to the unwavering commitment of our healthcare community in nurturing excellence in medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, in hindsight, we see the countless hours of hard work, the dedications and the perseverance of many individuals who have contributed to the extraordinary journey. All faculty members, students, healthcare professionals, administrators, and policymakers have played an essential role in building and shaping the healthcare landscape in our nation. Over the past 5 decades, we have seen remarkable achievement and transformative advancement in the field of medicine. Our specialist training program have produced outstanding medical professionals who have continuously made groundbreaking discoveries, provided excellent patient care, and drive healthcare policy reform. They have transformed into pillars of our healthcare, ensuring the health and well-being of millions of Malaysians. As we are celebrating our achievement, let us not forget that the journey is far from over. The challenges we face today are complex. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated the need for adaptability and resilience in our healthcare system. It has pushed us to innovate, collaborate with all sectors and relevant stakeholders, and constantly learn in the face of adversity. As we embark on the next phase of our medical specialist training journey, we must remain steadfast in our commitment to excellence. We must continue to invest in research and innovations, ensuring that our specialists remain at the forefront of medical knowledge. We must also focus on enhancing the accessibility and quality of healthcare services, especially in the underserved area. By doing so, we can ensure that the medical specialist services are accessible to all Malaysians, regardless of locations or socio-economic status. In other words, near-to-home specialist care. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to take this opportunity to express my deepest appreciations to all the dedicated educators who have nurtured the minds of our current and future medical specialists. Your patience, dedications, and commitment to excellence have been instrumental in revolutionizing the healthcare landscape of our nations. To the students, I encourage you to embrace the opportunity that lie ahead. You are the future of Malaysian healthcare, and your dedications to learning, compassion for patients, and commitment to ethical medical practice will be the cornerstone of our nation's healthcare excellence. Lastly, let us joyfully celebrate the 50th anniversary of medical specialist training in Malaysia and consolidate our commitment to providing the best healthcare for our people. We shall work together as a team to ensure that next 50 years of medical education in Malaysia are even more extraordinary than the last. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Dr. Muhammad Azman Yaakob, Director of Medical Development Division, Ministry of Health, for the speech. Terbang di awan burung jentayu, kerana penat gugur ke bumi. Tampillah puan kami merayu, bersama amanat bekalan kami. I would like to invite and welcome Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Azlinda Azman, Director General of Higher Education, to give a speech and launch the ceremony of the Academia Day 50 Years Medical Specialist Training in Malaysia, and also to launch the National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum for the 9 specialties.
Terima kasih kepada pengacara majlis, Profesor. Cantik, handsome, pakai bow tie. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan very good morning to everyone. Terutamanya kepada yang berbahagia, Datuk Dr. Muhammad Azman Yaakob, Director of Medical Development Division, Ministry of Health, representing the Director General of Health, Ministry of Health Malaysia. Yang berusaha Profesor Dr. Yvonne Lim Ai Lian, Associate Vice Chancellor, Global Engagement University Malaya. Yang berusaha Profesor Dr. Jamaluddin bin Abdul Rahman, Chairman of Malaysian Public Universities Medical Faculty Dean's Council. Dan yang berusaha Profesor Dr. April Kamila Ruslani, Dean, Faculty of Medicine, University Malaya. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Adiba Kamruzaman, ya, sangat rapat juga dengan saya, ya, banyak juga dia mentor saya, ya, dan to all esteemed guests, deans, members of the community, as well as those from Ministry of Health Malaysia, ya. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a warm welcome to each and everyone here. Yesterday, we've just celebrated the Hari Academia at the ministry level, and the theme for this year would be Academia Pemacu Malaysia Madani, emphasizing on the importance role or vital roles of the many academicians in terms of nation development. So that would be the gist and the theme for this month. Hopefully we can all celebrate the month of October as our day, yeah, Academia Day. For today is a day of celebration, reflection, and anticipation as we come together to commemorate the Academia Day 2023, hosted by the distinguished Faculty of Medicine at the University Malaya. Congratulations to University Malaya. Let's give a big hand. But today is more than just a gathering. It is a momentous occasion where we honor the remarkable journey of 50 years of medical specialist training in Malaysia. In addition, we have the privilege of launching a milestone achievement, the National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Faculty of Medicine, University Malaya, for spearheading this monumental event. Your enduring commitment to medical education and research has not only enriched the academic landscape of our nation, but has also elevated Malaysia's standing in the global medical community. The theme of today's celebration, 50 years of medical specialist training in Malaysia, encapsulates a half-century of dedication, progress, and excellence in the field of healthcare. It is a testament to the relentless pursuit of knowledge and the continuous evolution of medical education in our country. Throughout these 50 years, we have witnessed incredible advancement in healthcare, thanks to the contribution of our dedicated medical specialists. They have been the driving force behind groundbreaking research, exceptional patient care, and policy reforms that have transformed our healthcare system. Today, we pay tribute to their unwavering commitment and the significant impact they have made on the well-being of our nation. Thank you. However, as we acknowledge our achievements, we also recognize that the path ahead is paved with new challenges and opportunities. The global healthcare landscape is evolving at an unprecedented pace, and the COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the importance of adaptability and innovation in healthcare. The first National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum was launched on 21st August 2021 for 12 areas of specialties. The launch of the National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum, particularly for 9 specialists this time, is an embodiment of our determination to meet these challenges ahead. National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum signifies a transformational shift in the way we approach medical education, emphasizing not only clinical expertise but also holistic patient care, research, ethics, and adaptability. It is designed to produce a new generation of healthcare professionals who are not just specialists but compassionate, ethical, and forward-thinking practitioners. I commend all the dedicated individuals, committees, and organizations that have tirelessly worked to develop this curriculum. Your collective efforts reflect our shared commitment to ensuring that our medical education remains relevant, dynamic, and in sync with the evolving healthcare landscape. To the educators, students, and healthcare professionals who will be the beneficiaries of this curriculum, I encourage you to embrace this opportunity for growth and development. It is a blueprint of our journey, to your journey, to become well-rounded, highly skilled, and empathetic medical specialists who will shape the future of healthcare in Malaysia. As we celebrate the Academia Day with a theme of 50 years of medical specialist training in Malaysia and mark the launch of the National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum, let us reiterate our commitment to advancing medical education and practice to our beloved country. Together, we shall ensure that the next 50 years are characterized by even greater achievements and excellence in healthcare. May today's celebration mark the beginning of a new era of excellence in medical education and practice in Malaysia. In sum, I hereby would like and gladly to officiate the launch of the Academia Day 2023 celebration organized by the Faculty of Medicine, University Malaya, with the theme 50 Years Medical Specialist Training in Malaysia and a National Postgraduate Curriculum for 9 specialties. With that, congratulations again. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Azlinda Azman, the Director General of Higher Education, for the speech and launch the event. Now, everyone, let's watch the video montage. Next is the cake cutting ceremony. We would like to invite our honorable guests to cut the cake in conjunction with 50 years medical specialist training in Malaysia. And I also would like to invite Professor Dr. Adiba Kamuzaman, Prof. Victor, Head Department of Social Preventive Medicine, Associate Professor Dr. Moon Kit Seong, Head Department of Pathology, and also representative from Department of Psychological Medicine. Bukan rumput sebarang rumput, rumput penghias tepi halaman. Bukan jemput sebarang jemput, jemput memohon kata-kata semangat. It is my honor to introduce the next session, a keynote address on the National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum delivered by our esteemed guest speaker and none other than Yang Berbahagia, Professor Dato' Dr. Adiba Kamruzaman. Professor Dato' Dr. Adiba Kamruzaman was previously the Dean of Faculty of Medicine at UMST Malaya and is currently the President and Pro-Vice Chancellor of Monash UMST Malaysia. She is also an honorary professor at UMST Malaya and an adjunct associate professor at the Yale University, USA. She is actively involved in HIV prevention, treatment, and care programs and holds leadership position as chairman of the Malaysian AIDS Foundation and past president of the International AIDS Society. She has contributed significantly to the establishment and activities of the Regional HIV Research Network Initiative, TRADE Asia. Additionally, she has advised various WHO and NODC committees and HIV/AIDS and served as co-chair of WHO Scientific and Technical Advisory Committee for HIV. She is the founding chair of the Rose Foundation, an organization dedicated to eliminating cervical cancer in Malaysia and the region. Professor Adiba has received numerous national and international awards for her achievement, including the prestigious Medica Award. Professor Dr. Adiba has been instrumental in leading the National Postgraduate Curriculum by the Council of Deans of Medicine. She initiated this project in 2014. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite and welcome Yang Berbahagia Professor Dato' Dr. Adiba Kamruzaman to give a keynote speech on the National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. It does feel like I started in 1914. And with Prof. Azlinda giving the secret away that I was a mentor, I feel really, really old now. Anyway, distinguished guests, including Prof. Azlinda and Dr. Nur Azman, you all know who the VVIPs now. I won't go through the list again. It's very, very good to be back at this lectern with many lectures where I was telling our colleagues off for various things. But today is a day of celebration. And Prof. Sharul wanted me to say a few words about this national curriculum that you've all heard about. It was, in a sense, when I started it, a leap of naivety, having introduced or having pressured the medical school to adopt a new curriculum, a new undergraduate curriculum. I thought, that was easy. Now let's do the postgraduate curriculum, because as you heard, after 50 years, we need to evolve. We need to move with the times, and we need to develop a more competency-based medical training program that the world was moving towards. Whereas, if we're honest with ourselves, both the Masters in Medicine and the parallel pathway emphasize more on the exams than the actual training. So, because at the time we had to do a curriculum review, like I said, I thought, having done the undergraduate, that's easy. Now, let's do the postgraduate, forgetting that we had to convince not only 23 specialties, but how many medical schools that do this? About 7. 8, Ministry of Higher Education, Ministry of Health, Academy of Medicine, MMC, everyone had a say in it, right? But we went headlong into it, and here we are today. So I am going to do away with the niceties and actually tell you of the journey, because I think if we're not truthful with ourselves, this document will just remain on the shelves and not be used as how we envision it to be used. So come on the journey with me. Okay. And this is the first truth to power. I think that this data speaks for itself. This is apparently the current Minister of Health's response in Parliament when she was asked in February how many medical officers have resigned. If I haven't managed to wake you all up just yet, then I hope these figures will. That's 1,354 young medical officers who will be the future specialists of this country resign in just 1 year, a whopping 1,131% increase from 110 only 6 years ago. So who's going to be left to look after us for me at least, in the not too distant future? I'm already in the Pesara age group. And the truth is that they resign for many reasons. They resign, and to the public, I guess most of it is because we pay them poorly. We pay us poorly. Well, I can't say that now because I'm in a private institution, but we pay most of you not what all of you are worth. That's probably part of the reason. But the other reason, the whole contract versus permanent change in the way doctors are paid is another big reason. But I think if we're honest with ourselves, the real reason many have resigned is because they don't see a future. They don't see a hope. Because truth be known, our specialist training program, I'm sorry to say, to everyone here, I think we all need to own this problem, is in a mess, right? We can't seem to work together to get this training program in a unified, harmonized way that is what is needed. It is not difficult, I don't think, but it does require that we put in a system, that we work together, universities and Ministry of Health work together to form this what we envision as one training program. It should no longer be about the parallel pathway versus master's program that I used to hear day in, day out, and I still hear from time to time. So why did we engage in this project? It was when we started in 2014, as you saw, the rates of resignation wasn't that bad, and I guess, in hindsight, it sort of is trying to stop that by having a much more clear and systematic training program. But when we engaged in this, when we started in this project in 2014, because we could see, like I said, that the world had moved on, and postgraduate medical education had to be more competency-based than what I was trained in, the see one, do one, teach one style of training, and then pass the exam at the end. One of the impetus for me to do this project was because every now and again I would get at the end of the master's exams, thankfully it didn't happen frequently, but it did happen that a head of department would come to me and say, Prof. Adiba, after the exam board meeting, this candidate has passed, but we're not sure that she's actually or he is actually ready to be whatever specialty it is. And I'm like, now how can that be? Well, she's very good. She or he is very good with exams, but we're not happy. But so what it was telling me was that our training didn't provide the needed assessment, the ongoing assessment for that's fit for purpose. Hence, we introduce in this new curriculum the very, very important work-based assessments, so that the trainers can assess the trainees as they progress through the course. So that's one major change in the curriculum. The other was, of course, that there was, although the Masters of Medicine, in some specialties, there were documents guiding it, but not in the sense of a true curriculum. So there was no formal curriculum in place to guide medical training in Malaysia, and even less so with the parallel program. But most of all, we know that we needed to increase the quantity of specialists. Day in, day out, we hear Malaysia doesn't have enough specialists, but we're producing 3,000 to 5,000 new undergraduates per year. So what's going on, right? And then the difficulties in postgraduate training that housemen and medical officers face. So they don't know where to apply. They don't know, how the progression in the training programs and so forth and so forth. So like I said, naively, we embarked on this program. So how is this curriculum, if implemented in the spirit that we envisage, will help solve the problems? It's not going to help solve the salary scale, unfortunately, but I think what we hope to see is a more flexible entry into program. Eventually, we will be able to introduce online and distance learning that's guided by the curriculum. Like I said, it's competency-based, it's structured, and now there's a very robust and training of trainers led by April that's taking place, because we trainers also need to learn how to train trainees, and finally, like I said, the work-based assessments. So the big aim is to deliver a unified and structured curriculum for the training of specialists throughout the country. It's a one curriculum for all, as it provides a framework for all trainees embarking on postgraduate training in Malaysia. And it's an agreed, accessible curriculum. One of the things we did to ensure that there is buy-in by everyone involved was to form writing groups. I didn't write a single one of these curriculum, but every specialty was asked to have people represented by the universities that were providing the MMed in that particular specialty, or hoping to offer, let's say, a sports medicine program. And I think that happened with UITM. I think they don't currently have one, but join in the writing group. And we insisted on having people from KKM as well to give input. And because the whole idea is then we have one that will be used by KKM, even if they want to go on and sit the college exams, but the training will be agreed. The training, progress and all that will be suitable not just for university-based training, but also taking into account KKM training both in big cities as well as in rural areas. So there's workplace assessments, a national framework that supervises and evaluates a robust governance structure, which we're still struggling with, training for trainers and training for learners. So this is the sort of the goal. Now you can see the governance structure. You see why we're in trouble, right? It's a mess. And if there's one thing that I can call upon the leaders here from both Ministry of Higher Education and Ministry of Health is to bring together, we're not going to advance this unless we have a clear, unified governance structure that oversees the training in both sort of from a quality point of view as well as the day-to-day operations. It's got to be a coming together of both ministries, universities, hospitals. So what is it, this curriculum that we've been talking about? A lot of people confuse curriculum with syllabus. Syllabus is only one aspect of the curriculum. What we tried to do was to have a template that all specialties write to, so an overview of the healthcare system, the structure of the training, the key curriculum features, which included the syllabus, learning opportunities, assessment, exit criteria, entry criteria, and we also had a few core curriculum on research and audit, professional development and professional development ethics. I think those were the main ones. So basically, each curriculum will look the same. Obviously, the content's going to be different. That would then make it easy for upgrading, as things change. And secondly, for when accreditation comes, hopefully MQA and MMC, whoever it is that once we decide, that is also still not decided who's going to take the ownership of postgraduate training, will be very familiar with this curriculum and just needs to look. So whoever wants to do training, Katalah Effendi wants to take it on in Sunway, and one of the newer universities want to start off with sports medicine, and they say, well, we're going to implement it according to the curriculum when MQA and MMC, or MMC alone, whoever that we finally land on, is tasked with the accreditation process. They'll be very familiar with. They're not like the undergraduate accreditation at the moment, which is quite a nightmare because every university has its own curriculum. So that was the idea. Because believe it or not many countries. Actually, this is quite an advance, because postgraduate training has been, like I said, a see one, do one, teach one style for many years. That actually we are at the forefront of this because not many countries have their training curriculum in place. Only the really advanced ones like the US, Australia, UK, if you go, and even UK, for one specialty, there are so many different curricula. So this is quite an advancement, and like was said very nicely this morning, thank you to Ministry of Higher Education for providing us the funds to do this. Let me tell you that, Prof. Azlinda, it's probably the most cost-effective project your previous ministers ever gave money to. This 23 curriculum that took 10 years or 9 years to produce with the blood, sweat, tears, rambut uban, and all sorts of things, was produced for, guess how much? I can tell you that McKinsey was asked to do the health review for Malaysia during COVID, and the bill came to several million ringgit, and the review is not even being utilized. Betul tak, Dr. Nur Azman? This one cost us 500,000 ringgit for 23 curriculum. And you know why and how we still managed to do this for 500,000 ringgit for 23 curriculum? It's because of the people in the room. There were groups of psychiatrists who paid their own money to go to Port Dickson because Prof. Adiba wants this in 2 weeks' time, and would go away, leaving their families behind, pay for it themselves, and just do it, right? There were ONGs, fraternity also did the same. The internal medicine people have workshops, again, that they paid sometimes with their own money or begged, borrowed, and stole from their departments or from their deans to just get this done, right? That is the kind of people we have. This is when I start to choke up, who are dedicated to the profession, who by and large, don't get recognized or even acknowledged or known, except for the little names, the little prints that they have in the curriculum of who they were, who they are in producing this. So therefore, it really pains me now that I've moved on and no longer really involved in this except for the occasional MMC meetings, if this doesn't get implemented in the way that it could really, really revolutionize and transform the postgraduate medical education in this country, specialist training program. Let me tell you, because we're all between friends, right? For the last 2 days, on Monday and Tuesday, I was involved in the Khazanah Mega Trends in swanky Mandarin Oriental, because business people get treated very well by the government. We medical people, get 500,000 to do the curriculum. So I was in the final panel to talk about training and leadership, but then it was mostly about business and how to make more money for the country because we're in dire straits. But in the Q&A, someone asked about power distance, and I kind of gave the example of, in medicine, that's really bad. Our power distance is really bad because of the way the culture of medicine is. But anyway, that was one aspect of it. But during Q&A time, someone came up and asked about the specialist. Why specialist training program? Why is a specialist training in this country the way it is? And why are people going, young doctors going to Singapore and all that? I didn't want to bore the audience, but I also didn't want to embarrass the profession, but I sort of did. And said, it's simply because we can't seem to work together. Now, you can say that, she's talking rubbish, but I think after 9 years at the helm here, I think I'm letting the cat out of the bag. But I feel like if I just continue the niceties, we're not going to change. We're not going to address the 1,130 people who are resigning. And we've done all this hard work, which is one aspect of the jigsaw that's going to help recharge specialist training program in this country. And if all of you are honest with yourselves, I think it's because we can't seem to work together. We're all working in silos. The deans want to do their own thing and say the Masters of Medicine is better. The parallel programs say, you know, those university people think they're so clever. The Academy of Medicine people think, what about us in private? You know, we also want to say in postgraduate training. And then, siapa lagi? MMC. We are the custodian of medical training in this country. MQA doesn't know what it's doing. MQA kata, MMC, the new act kata you all are supposed to lead this. Why don't you all lead this? So, like I said, we're in a frigging mess, simply because we can't seem to work together. I honestly don't know how we're going to do this, what it takes for us to work together. But at least we have these pieces of paper that kind of is part of the jigsaw. Okay, I've let up my steam. So this is what it looks like. This is what all the curriculum look like. Like I said, it guides the trainers in terms of what to expect of the trainees as they progress through the 3-year program. We've even done this so-called guide for applicants, so the applicants know where to go for, as they finish their housemanship, what to, if they're interested in the training front. These are just covers, but that gives them a synopsis of the curriculum. So this is what we envisage. So this, aside from strengthening the actual training and the assessment, what we think this curriculum, if we adopt the curriculum and the entry criteria and all that, is that it will allow people to enter into the training program a lot earlier. Now, I was trained in Australia, 2.5, 3 decades ago, and I immediately after doing my housemanship, as soon as you identify that you want to do internal medicine, whatever, you know the pathway you're going to. So I entered the specialist training program in Australia in second year after graduation. So at the time there, it was only 1 year of housemanship, still is 1 year of housemanship. So hence, I finished as a specialist in infectious disease at the age of, the whole thing only took 8 years from graduation to becoming a specialist in ID. Whereas here, they only enter 4 years post-graduation. And then you get into the problems of, families wanting to get married and so forth and so forth. So one of the things we tried to address with the curriculum is to allow people to enter into the training program earlier. And this is how so lots of debates, lots of discussions in internal medicine, for example. And this is how internal medicine envisage the parallel pathway and the MMed pathway coming together at the end. So it doesn't matter whether you've been trained in Ministry of Health or you've been trained in the universities, but if you follow this structure, you can take either of the exams or both. Of course, demi negara, we want you to take the Masters in Medicine exam, but the universities are not trying to kill off the parallel pathway as some seem to think. And so on and on it goes. So most specialties, I think all specialties have tried very hard to coalesce and bring the two pathways together. But I think in practice, this is still not happening for most of the specialties, unfortunately. So in implementation is where, is always the hardest. If I thought that 9 years of writing the curriculum was tough, I think implementation is going to be even harder. But do we must? Because like I said, all these obstacles to specialization, man-made rules like hadiah latihan cuti belajar that, like I said, allows people to enter very, very late, study leave, and all that. When YBKJ was the minister, he tried to bring us together, and then the JPA people. And one of the things we need to consider is just pay the salaries of the MOs so that they provide the service and they train at the same time. Tak payahlah all this hadiah latihan cuti belajar and all. I mean, the details will need to be worked out. But when I proposed this during that meeting, someone from JPA said, tak boleh lah Prof. Adiba, itu dia punya rules. And I'm like, if you start with tak boleh immediately, then we'll never move forward. So I think there are, in moving this forward, there are a number of obstacles that really need the powers that be to look through, think through, and see how in 2023, 2024, we can tweak this to rules that were made 20, 30 years ago to try and keep people in service instead of what this curriculum envisions, which is training on the job, training on site. We even work with SCOMOS, who also came up in that piece of the jigsaw puzzle, how to address this whole contract system instead of making everyone permanent, because the country can no longer afford the pension bill. But again, I think in the way that SCOMOS envisioned it, didn't get approved. The next phase is to make it truly an open learning pathway. But let's get this going first, and then we can do the sort of the more innovative way to train in the future. So these are areas where I think support is needed and would be appreciated. First of all, a commitment to a single training program. I'm now out of the system. Sitting nicely in Bandar Sunway at Monash University. Bandar Sun University, even I'm confused. A lot of people come and see me and say, oh, Prof. Adiba, you're working with Sunway. I'm working with Monash University. But sitting in Bandar Sunway and out of the system except for MMC. And the division between MOHE, the universities, and Ministry of Health, I'm sorry to say, is so deep, so real, that I hope we get this commitment to this single training program for the sake of our junior doctors who want to be trained as specialists. And this cannot come from University Malaya. This has to come from Putrajaya. That we commit to this training program. And like I said, it's not even about masters. We want you to do the master's exams. We want you to do the college exams. Like I said, demi negara, we'd rather you do the master's exam. After 50 years, you'd think that we know what we're doing, and some of you are even graduates of the master's program. Many of you are graduates of the master's program, but that's not the battle we want to win. We want to just a commitment to a single training program that's based on the curriculum, right? And then we need a structure, the establishment of a postgraduate medical education secretariat that's funded. It cannot be funded from the exams. What's the exam called? The entrance exam that the deans can. It had that funding has to come nationally, and there needs to be a system that rotates people through. It cannot be that if a ketua jabatan likes an MO, they will keep that MO for 2-3 years and not release them to go in training. It cannot work that way, right? There needs to be a detailed review of service and training posts in all the hospitals. teaching hospitals, Ministry of Health hospitals, Banting ke Tanah Merah ke, Kudat ke mana, where there are possibilities, where there are at least one or two specialists, that can be a training post, training position, supported by the bigger centers. But like I said, that needs detailed work, coming together, working together, and technology, because right now everything is still on paper code, moving people around and all that. I mean, if you think of it, we are always behind in medicine. I don't know why, but we're... Surely, Tony Fernandez has a harder time moving their air crew around with so many, flights and international domestic and with the turnaround time. They must have a computer system to help them do this, right? Surely for us, okay, there are as many hospitals, but they're not rotating every 2 days. They're rotating every 3 months, 6 months. So maybe we should go and visit AirAsia and see how that scheduling of the air crew can be adapted to the medical rotation for doctors towards this training program. We need to review things like the hadiah latihan cuti belajar and etc. And like I said, technology for placing doctors through the rotation, and also for the work-based assessment, which I'm happy to say, thanks to Prof. Jamuna and her team, we also developed, the royal we, an e-portfolio that will capture the training from graduation all the way, including the work-based assessments, the everything else that need to be captured, so that when they move from hospital A to hospital B, the trainer can then see what this trainee is like, and not wait till the end and then go and see Prof. April. I don't think you should pass this student, right? Because they're not able to read the ultrasound or do simple cholecystectomy or whatever. Then by then it's too late, because the regulations of our exams and of the master's program doesn't allow for, if they pass, they pass lah. So hence, that work-based assessment is important. So my last few words. Like they say, it takes a village. It's taken more than a village. It's taken a nation to get us to where we are today. But there are a number of people who've really worked hard on this. Firstly, there's Prof. Jamuna, who believed in me and who thought I was crazy and still thinks I'm crazy to do this. There's Yen, quietly behind the scene, taking the heat from the specialists who what do you want now, Yen? And Mr. David Pitts, who's an educational psychologist who helped us think this through. But most of all, Professor Simon Frostick, who happened to be a visiting professor here at UM, an orthopedic surgeon. Both he and David wrote the first trauma and orthopedics curriculum for the UK. He sat. Unfortunately, Simon has since passed. Simon, was on the college, hierarchy for orthopedics, College of Orthopedics or College of Surgeons in London, in Edinburgh, and knew what he was talking about. You couldn't find a more Malaysian nationalist than Simon. He believed in this project. He felt that, Malaysia needed to do this. Malaysia needed to lead the way in this. And he used to come to Malaysia for 5 years, until he passed away. We didn't pay him a single cent. That's why we could do 550,000 ringgit. We only paid for him for the airfare and a stay at Hilton Hotel, not even Mandarin Oriental, Hilton PJ. I don't know how Liverpool allows him to come every 2 months for a week at a time to sit with us and teach us what curriculum is, what all this is, but importantly, got us to it wasn't sort of sitting in a classroom and telling us what to do. It was telling us how to think, how to consider, if you want to do orthopedics in Kudat or whatever. It really was a labor of love for him. Sampai meninggal orang tu. And didn't see the fruit of his labor. The reason I say why he was such a Malaysian nationalist was, apart from not taking a single cent from this effort, he, like I said, he firmly believed that Malaysia could lead the way, could do what UK and Australia did in the past, which was attract young doctors from the region to train with us, and not us looking forever to the UK for training. The whole world is talking about decolonization of global health and education. We have got to now be confident in our own selves after 50 years that we can do this. We don't need to rely, we relied on them then, but I think now that we've got this off the ground, I think we can train our doctors as well as anyone can. I know I said we're not here to shut the parallel program down or to close or to not do the college exams. But one of the reasons why, we should be moving towards our own is because one day, during the exams, when I was still dean, Prof. Zaleha was dean of UKM. And she said, Prof. Adiba, yesterday we had the ONG, MRC, OG exam. She said, in the PACES, the table, she said, I was so disturbed that the question was, at the PACES table, she said the question was, Emily came to see her obstetrician postnatally, and Emily and her partner Emma asked the examiner, and you all know that I am very, very, to me that's okay, but I also know that to me that's not okay in Malaysia, right? If I was doing that exam in UK, of course that's okay, and I have nothing against same-sex partnership, but in our context, in an exam that for Malaysian doctors, that's highly inappropriate, right? So that's another reason why we need to do our own training and our own exams. Similarly, in the orthopedics exams, I'm told that there is more emphasis on the aging population in the UK and not as much emphasis on trauma, which is what, a third of the orthopedic cases in Malaysia. Just ask Dr. Nur Azman what happened to you. You need to see a good orthopedic surgeon. So anyway, so those are the reasons, and not to mention the millions and millions of ringgit that flow out of the country because of people sitting the college exams. That I once again say, I'm not trying to get rid of them, but we can do this. We have been doing this ourselves for the last 50 years. So just a reminder as to how long this project has been. This was when we went to see Prof. Dato' Asma when she was a DG to get her blessing. Dah berapa DGs dah since then? I think 5 or 6 or 7. Same with DG. So DG has now gone to greater and bigger things as UCSR chairman. And this was the very, very first meeting that we had that brought everyone together in 2014, I think. So with that, the whole impetus for doing this is nothing more than helping our young doctors achieve their true potential and look after us when we're old, but with training as a key to ensure patient safety and quality of care. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Professor Dato' Dr. Adiba Kamuzaman, for your inspiring speech. Now, let us watch the launch video montage of NPMC, the 9 specialties and e-portfolio.
A unified and structured curriculum for the training of specialists throughout the country is needed to support a growing population. Common training syllabi and assessments have to be established to provide safe patient care of the highest quality. The former Dean of Faculty of Medicine, University Malaya, Professor Datuk Dr. Adiba binti Kamaruzaman, with guidance from external advisors Mr. David Pitts and the late Professor Simon Frostick, initiated the National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum, or NPMC project, to develop standardized medical curricula. All medical specialties in the country were brought together to begin the journey of curricular development. In 2021, a total of 12 curricula were launched and implemented with core modules as supplementary documents. Now, the hard work from other specialty writing groups has produced another 9 medical curricula.
The birth of this curriculum marks a significant milestone in the growth of sports medicine in the country. As a relatively young specialty, we are consistently venturing into uncharted waters. The curriculum will serve to unify expectations from numerous stakeholders in our program.
Our pediatric surgery postgraduate training program was the driving factor in the expansion of pediatric surgical services across Malaysia. However, many concepts and practices were outdated. Through the National Curriculum Project, pediatric surgery training in Malaysia is now organised and structured, providing clear goals and benchmarks for both trainer and trainee. It is a world-class program that meets the needs of our local population.
The National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum places an emphasis on providing students the tools to problem-solve, critically think, to embrace a multidisciplinary perspective, and contribute towards patient safety with a priority towards high-quality healthcare delivery.
The curricula helped us focus on national needs and global trends. It was very fulfilling to work with the 5 pathology leads.
It was hard but satisfying work, all done during the pandemic.
Congratulations on the completion of the document. This is a concerted effort by the medical microbiology writing team. And we hope that it serves as a standard for medical microbiology postgraduate training for the country.
With the new curriculum, we aim to produce pathologists with the required knowledge, skills, competencies, and professional values to provide safe, expert, and independent care.
Writing for the NPMC Chemical Pathology began in 2019. As challenging as it was, the end product was extremely rewarding. Structured and standardized national curriculum for our chemical pathology training.
The National Pathology Curriculum aims to provide a good foundation for training forensic pathologists to be more proficient in all aspects of forensic medicine.
From anesthesiology and critical care,
one nation, one standard,
one curriculum.
Training cannot and must not stand still. Back in 2021, a Training the Trainers, or TTT, steering committee was formed to ensure the availability of standard and quality training opportunities for each medical specialty. The committee has produced a guidebook which aims to provide a training guide for trainers on the needs and standards of training. A Training the TTT Directors Program, or TTD, was introduced for standardized specialist training. The program comprises 12 asynchronous sessions and a 2-day workshop of synchronous sessions. A total of 114 course directors from various specialties have been trained through the program. These course directors then organize their respective specialty trainings and have successfully trained 875 trainers throughout the country to date. These programs will be continuously monitored and reviewed to ensure that specialists are trained to the highest standard, thus ensuring patient safety and quality of care. Additionally, a fully online e-portfolio platform for postgraduate medical specialist training has been developed. It is a structured but flexible platform to accommodate evidence of learning for trainees, supervisors, and coordinators of all postgraduate training programs. The pilot implementation is for the General Surgery Postgraduate Training Program with extension to onboard all postgraduate medical specialties.
With the end of the video montage of NPMC, the launch of the University Malaya Faculty Medicine of Medicine Academia Day 2023 celebration and the launch of National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum now has been completed. Di atas dahan burung tempur, melihat rusa, tepi perigi. Salam perpisahan untuk semua, lain masa bersua lagi. Bunga seroja di atas para, jatuh ditimpa buah berangan. Andai kata tersilap bicara, kemaafan jua kami pohonkan. With that, I would like to first invite our guest of honor to the dining area for the refreshment and followed by other guests. Before we adjourn, I would like to kindly remind our guests to return to this hall for the upcoming forum which will take place at 11:15 a.m. later. Lastly, to commemorate today's event, photograph session will be held at the end of this event. I would like to ask all our honorable guests to join the audience for the take photo session. Thank you and have a good day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like everybody to keep together in the middle, get close, so easy for the photographer to take pictures. Okay, all the refreshment at Wing A at the library, yeah? Wing A. Alamak, tak boleh. Ha? Kenal apa? Oh, yang tadi. Nanti saya... Okay. Dia orang panggil saya sebab tu. Sebab
Let's begin by welcoming. Let's begin.
Yeah.
just follow. Oh, you thought cake cutting, is it? No, just now. What an impressive, distinguished. Shaking? All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to start our next session. So please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. I'm the MC for this forum session. My name is Krishna. So what an impressive and distinguished panels that we're going to have here today. We are truly honored to have such an esteemed individual with us to discuss the past, present, future of the pathology, social preventive medicine, and psychological medicine. Let us begin by welcoming our moderator for today's forum session, Professor Dr. Victor Ho Chi Wai bin Abdullah, on stage. And now let's extend our warmest welcome to each of our distinguished panel. Let's start with a bit of introduction of our first panel of the day for the forum session. Dato Professor Hulung Dr. Lui Lai Meng. Yang berbahagia Dato Professor Dr. Lui is Malaysia's inaugural National Distinguished Professor, positions at the Faculty of Medicine, University Malaya. She holds a concurrent appointment as a senior consultant histopathologist at the University Malaya Medical Center. Professor Lui studied medicine as a Malaysian Federal Scholar at the University of Singapore between 1970 to 1975, where she was a medalist in pathology and social medicine and won King Edward VII Hall Awards for her literary works and form and poetry. She trained in surgical pathology at Royal Postgraduate Medical School and a Women Hospital, Boston, USA, and defended a research doctorate at She assumed the chair of the pathology, University Malaya, at the age of 36 years, and during her long academic career at has served as a department head, Deputy Dean of Postgraduate, Chair of the Medical Center Research Committee, Representative to Malaysians Medical Council, Chair of the Medical Advisory Committee of UMMC and UM's Committee for External Academic Evaluators. She has more than 200 peer-reviewed publications, mainly on amyloidosis, research, oncopathology, is devoted to promoting a research and ethical culture among researchers. Her contributions to research, education, and medical science have been recognized, with several accolades, including the Panglima Jasa Negara, Sri Indra Mahkota Pahang, National Science Award, Asian Outstanding Scientist Award, Merdeka Award 2016, and she was named in Stanford University list of World Top 2% Scientists 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend our warm welcome and deepest respects to Dato Professor Hulung Dr. Lui Lai Meng. Our next panel is Dr. Anirudhan Govind. Dr. Anirudhan's illustrious career begins in 1968 with an internship at the Hospital Malacca, setting the foundation for her lifelong commitment to the healthcare. From 1969 to 1973, he served as a Pegawai Kesihatan in Pahang, showcasing his passions for community well-being. In 1973, he was part of the pioneering cohort of students who pursued the Masters in Public Health program that laid the groundwork for future public health leaders. It is indeed a pleasure to know that he was that time under the wings of the late Professor Winfred Danaraj, wife of the late Professor DJ Danaraj. Following his academic pursuit, Dr. Anirudhan's career path took a pivotal turn as he developed in extensive research on malaria from 1974 to 1977, contributing significantly to the understanding and control of this infectious disease. In 1977, he held the role of Timbalan Pengarah Kesihatan Negeri Melaka, followed by an appointment as the Pengarah Hospital Besar in Pahang, showcasing his leadership and management insight. Today, at the remarkable age of 84, we are deeply fortunate and excited to have Dr. Anirudhan Govind amongst us. We are to celebrate 50 years of medical specialty training. His enduring commitments to public health and his exemplary journey serves as inspirations to all, remaining us of the profound impact on individual can have in shaping the health and well-being of a nation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend our warmest welcome and deepest respects to Dr. Anirudhan Govind as the honor his extraordinary contributions to the field of public health and celebrate his enduring legacy. Our third panel would be Yang Berbahagia Dr. Tengku Norita Tengku Yazid. Dr. Tengku Norita graduated with MBBS from University Malaya in 1992 and MPAT University Kebangsaan Malaysia in 1999. She is currently the head of the National Pathology Services, Ministry of Health Malaysia. She is a consultant chemical pathologist and the head of the Pathology Department of Hospital Selayang. Dr. Tengku Norita is the coordinator for the pathology NIA programs at the Ministry of Health and a committee member of the National Chemical Pathology Service Committee and Chemical Pathology Subcommittee of the National Pathology QA Program, Ministry of Health, as well as Pathology Services Representative for the MOH National QA Technical Committee. She's also a technical assessor for the scheme Akreditasi Makmal Malaysia, SKMM, MS ISO 15189 for the field of chemical pathology, and committee member of the Serum Technical Committee for Medical Devices, Clinical Laboratory Testing, and In Vitro Diagnostic Test System Subcommittee. She's also a member of the College of Pathology, Academy of Medicine, Malaysia, Association of Clinical Biochemists, Malaysian Endocrine and Metabolic Society, Associations for Clinical Biochemistry United Kingdom, and International Association for Therapeutic Drug Monitoring and Clinical Toxicology. Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend our warmest welcome and deepest respects to Dr. Tengku Norita. Our fourth panel is Dr. Chow Soon Ken. Yang Berbahagia Dr. Chow Soon Ken is a psychiatrist and lecturer in Child and Adolescent Unit of a Psychological Medicine Department, University of Malaya Medical Center. Having completed his undergraduate program in University Kebangsaan Malaysia and postgraduate program of Master Psychological Medicine in University Malaya, practicing in child and adolescent psychiatry, Dr. Ken believes childhood and adolescenthood are the golden opportunity for psychiatric intervention. Dr. Ken is a firm believer in psychodynamic psychiatry towards benefiting the management of our patients holistically, understanding them and treating them as a person, not as a problem or issues. Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend our warmest welcome and deepest respects to Dr. Chow Soon Ken. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin our forum sessions of today. Thank you.
Much. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Hello. Hello. Okay, thank you very much. And good morning, everybody. I think it's still a good morning. Thank you for being here today. We are happy to share that this year marks the 50th anniversary of medical specialist training in Malaysia. It is medical specialist training in Malaysia, just that was given the task to actually start the program, but it is Malaysia. We should be proud. This is a Malaysia achievement, not a achievement. All right. It all started in 1973, directive from the Malaysian Cabinet. UC Malaya started offering 3 postgraduate master's programs, the Master of Biology, the Master of Psychological Medicine, and of course, the Master of Public Health. It is great to see that starting with the 3 medical specialist program, the number of medical specialist programs being offered by local universities have increased over the years. And also great to see that we have just launched the second batch of National Postgraduate Medical Curriculum just now, this morning. Shows that how far the country has come in the last 60 years. This morning, we have 4 panelists who are going to share their views on the past, present, and future medical specialist training. They are Dr. Chow Soon Ken, lecturer and psychiatric, Child and Adolescent Unit, Department of Psychological Medicine. Dr. Aniruddin Govind, a public health medicine specialist and also retired health director at the Ministry of Health Malaysia. Dr. Tunku Norita, head of psychology services, Ministry of Health Malaysia. And finally, our distinguished Professor Datuk Dr. Lui Lai Ming from UC Malaysia. Welcome everyone, and thank you for coming here this morning to share your view with us. Let me start by learning a little about yourself. Tell us why you have chosen to be a medical specialist in your field of study. All right. Let me start with Dr. Chow. Maybe you can start.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the question, Prof. Victor. Yes, so to start off with the question, why do I choose my medical specialty as a specialist? I think since medical undergraduate, I've been very interested in the psychiatric field. Besides the biological aspects of the human, then I am very interested in how to help the person actually psychologically, and to see how did it move on and intertwine between the biological aspect and the psychological aspect of a person, and how to diagnose them, and how will it be in a...
Malaysia.
Oh, the pronunciation of your name, Doctor. Okay, we were talking about the pronunciation of your name, is it? Okay, it's okay. Let's just go back to my viewpoint on why do I choose that. So I want to focus on both on biological and the psychological aspect of a person, because most of the time when we delve into the medical expertise, we tend to focus a lot on the biological aspect and how to help them physically. But how about mentally? So that is the main thing why I choose to delve in the psychiatric field. And why do I choose to try to specialize in child and adolescent psychiatry? I believe in my introduction I mentioned, it is the best and golden opportunity for me to intervene actually, because they are still in their early formative years and they are very actually green and influenceable actually. That is the best time for us to try and diagnose and intervene if they have any difficulties. So that's why I choose my expertise.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chow, for the good explanation. Now let us move to Dr. A. Govind. Yes, why have you chosen to become a specialist in public health? It's on, yes.
Yeah, thank you. All that, it's so long ago.
Yes.
I'm going to be 85 soon. And I was posted after husband to Pusat Kesihatan Dong, Pahang, where it was a health center, and you had to move around the villages to see that the health care of the houses are normal compared to modern living. We found a lot of the houses were ramshackle villages, without toilet, without fresh water, well or river water only. So we had to do a lot of work, me and my team has to move around checking all this, try to improve the situation while I was in Dong. About a year later, I was posted as a health officer, Pahang Barat. That is not only a small Pusat Kesihatan, but I had to look after 3 districts, Kollepis, Pentong and Raub. That gave me a lot of experience going around, all the way to Guamusang, all the way to Manchis, this side and that side, looking after all these functions. Health functions a lot. I can't mention all because we have to look into communicable disease control, house cleanliness, flood control, measures after that, a lot of things. So while I was doing that, it's a time when I was called, not for an interview, direct admission to University of Malaya for my master's program. It was a 2-year program which Vinny Dhanraj, Prof, wanted to do with us in 1 year. So you can imagine a US program of 2 years compressed into 1 year. How much work we had to do. I can't imagine how I lived those days. I didn't have family time. It was all books and lectures and reading books again and lectures. We completed the course. After 1 year, we had an external examiner from UK, School of London Health, professor from there. He was sitting and going through all of us and passed all of us, like what Prof. Adip was telling. So here I am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is something that I learned today, that the program was supposed to be for 2 years, but because of Dr. Winifred Dhanaraj, actually Professor Dr. Winifred Dhanaraj, shot it to 1 year. Maybe Dr. Tunku Norita, can you please share what makes you want to become a clinical pathologist?
All right. After housemanship, I was posted to be the ONG-MO, then later orthopedics MO. Then after that, I was posted to pathology department and became the blood bank MO. And from there, doing my daily work and learning to be a blood bank MO, I understood better and appreciated the science behind blood transfusion, which I did a lot when I was doing pediatrics, orthopedics and ONG, and realized the right and the wrong that I have done about the theory of transfusing, what to transfuse, when to transfuse. So from that spark, since I was the only pathology MO for the whole department back then, so from that spark, I went on further to delve into all the various disciplines of pathology. I had the opportunity to do that. And it doesn't take long for me to cast my decision in stone to take up pathology masters then, and the rest is history, and here I am now.
Yeah, I think the story that we hear today is that it is not the interest you develop in medical school, but interest when you get along with your program. Maybe Prof. Louis can continue and also can share with us what basically how the profession have developed over the last 50 years.
Yeah, thank you. I could do that, but I was hoping to tell my personal.
No, you tell your personal story first, then you continue with the 50 years thing.
Yeah, I got so inspired listening to all these people and how they started their journey, and I thought, well, my journey started literally 50 years ago. Nobody wants to hear it.
Yes, I want to hear it.
Thank you. I mean, I was different in that I wasn't forced into pathology. In that sense, I don't know since when I wanted to be a doctor. Since I was a little child, I was sure I wanted to be a doctor because, when I play with my dolls, I don't play with dolls the way I see children do. I always say they're sick and they need an injection. So my dolls are all punctured with needles in their buttocks. Never mind. And I decided on pathology after I entered medical school in Singapore University. By the 4th year, I felt pathology was what I wanted to do. So actually, it was the medical school actually did inspire me to do pathology, unlike the other experiences, because it was the only subject that really made sense to me. The rest I felt were airy-fairy, They're not much basis. Whereas pathology gave the real logic behind what medicine was all about. It gave you the understanding of disease, what are the symptoms, what are the signs, why the patients suffer, and therefore it gave you the basis of treatment. So I just wanted to do pathology. From 4th year medical student, there's nothing else I wanted to do but pathology. The trouble is pathology didn't want me. Because after Singapore, I quickly came back to Malaysia. I didn't realize that Prof. Shamugratnam, who was guru of pathology then, was trying to recruit me into pathology. He didn't tell me earlier. But I ran away back to Malaysia and I went through the wilderness of General Hospital, with its how many millions of beds. And then I I was offered to do surgery, I was offered to do pediatrics, all of which I turned down. I came to University of Malaya and I knocked at the doors and said I want to do pathology. I heard there's a new master pathology program. And Prof. Pratap and Prof. Lau Kam Singh said, go away. You have to do other things first before you can do pathology. So I went another round doing medicine, pediatrics, and finally they took me into pathology. And that was it. That's how I started. And I understood why they did that, because they needed me to know about the other disciplines of medicine before they started grounding me in pathology. And that has held fast to this day. It's been a wonderful journey since. Okay, so
what have you are at the beginning, and of course Dr. A. Govind also is at the beginning, but let's start with you. What have you seen, the changes?
Well, the changes have been so tremendous. 50 years have, I mean, if I really go into detail, it would be one whole lecture, which I shouldn't do, I know. But we have changed in terms of, and let's say training numbers. At the time when the master pathology program started, I think there were barely maybe 30 or 50 pathologists in the country, maybe actually 30. And today we have 900. So, I mean, whatever Prof. Adiba said, I think pathology has grown a lot to address country needs. We have already, we have subspecialized from very early into the 5 main disciplines of pathology, which you saw launched today. But it's not like launched today because we are really starting off today in the different branches. We started off at the beginning. When I entered in 1977, I was training as an anatomic pathologist at that time already. And although it was then a 2-year program, it became a 4-year program because we could see the need to progress further in that field to advance. So today there's not just those 5 branches, but there are also subspecialized branches from that. So for example, some people call me a nepropathologist because I do all the renal work, but there's also breast pathology. I'm sure in ChemPath there's endocrine pathology, there's metabolic medicine and all that sort of thing. So that has also changed. But as a profession, we have changed tremendously. We have a college, we have our own journal, Malaysian Journal of Pathology in the Web of Science. It's an ISI journal, and it's all done by the pathologists here. It's a Malaysian Journal of Pathology. We put the word Malaysian on it. We didn't say International Journal of Pathology. We held on to the word Malaysian, and it's ISI. Okay, we started our own accreditation program, and Tunku Norita knows all about it. She's anchoring it today. We have ISO 15189. So there's a lot more. I don't want to go on too much, but I think as a profession, we really have grappled by the horns, and we're taking it forward in terms of not just delivering the teaching and sustaining ourselves as a profession, but also in terms of delivering quality, in terms of accreditation and making sure the service that is provided is fit for purpose, really delivers what we set out to do. And I think also in research, we have made quite a lot of headway in terms of a lot of the contribution of research to much of what Malaysia has achieved. I think Malaysian pathologists have won a lot of awards, including the Merdeka Award for the Nipah work and so on. You know, that is a lot we have done. Thanks.
Yeah, I thank you very much. It's nice to hear that from a humble beginning 50 years ago, we actually have gone so far. And from the start itself, you have actually understand that you need to do into instead of just focusing on one. And I think those type of stories, those type of commitment stories won't be heard if we don't have you here sitting here with us today. Now let us move to Dr. A. Govind. Since you are there also at the beginning, what have you seen? What changes have you seen and in public health in the country?
In the past, can you hear? Yeah. We had only hard copy papers, lectures, demonstrations, manually. Health, I'm talking about health side. No? This is how we train the staff to carry out the duties of health. Nowadays, it has changed. 50 years, I've not gone much to the clinic. The last I left in 2017. So during the time I visited the health centers around here, because I'm now no more in my old place, I noticed that clinics were fully staffed with computers. They could give appointments on computers, patients on computers. So it is quite an advancement, that we see in our health clinics nowadays. In the health office also, they have computers. The staff are working along with computers, where they plot the infectious disease control programs, things like that. So in the last 50 years, a lot has changed. So the staff are much happier now. Those days, staff scramble around looking for ways to talk to the staff. Maternity care, child health, so many things are there, in health, which we have to teach. Head problems, no space, crowded. Nowadays, the buildings are bigger and much better equipped with mic system all over. We didn't have all that those days. Thank you.
Right, thanks. That's great to talk about the development of infrastructure in the clinic itself. But of course, we also know that public health will develop much more, which maybe I will share later. But before I go there, actually, I want to ask Dr. Chow how to have psychological medicine changed over the last 50 years. But before we start, he says that I'm too young to tell you what have changed. I only can tell you what is going to move forward. So I will just maybe spare you the question. Now we move to Dr. Tunku Norita as the head of psychological service. Have our pathology services. Okay, have our pathology specialists meet the need of the country.
Okay. Throughout the years, the numbers have grown tremendously. From what it was before, pathologists need to do coverage, slides have to move. Many hospitals, big hospitals, doesn't have pathologists, in-house pathologists. So it has grown tremendously over the years. To date, we have 612 gazetted pathologists. And this number by year end or beginning of the year next year is going to reach almost 700 because we are currently having 70 doctors who have recently graduated who are undergoing their gazettement process. And of that numbers, of course, the top will be the anatomic pathologist, followed by the hematologist, then the medical microbiologist, chemical pathologist, then the smallest group will be the genetic pathologist, them being the latest member of our fraternity. Now, so in terms of numbers, we are doing okay. And the numbers are increasing. And we are not worried about not having the numbers because the number as reflected from the number of applicants for the scholarship into the master program yearly are many. So now we know we can meet or we can get the numbers that we set, and we are now concentrating a lot on the quality of the basically. But the challenge is for us is that the distribution of the pathologists, right, of the various disciplines in meeting the needs of the hospitals and also to expand the service in hospitals in unpopular locations. So that is a challenge to put them and to make them stay a bit longer. Is a challenge, and the turnaround time is very fast. So when the turnaround time is very fast, it's disruptive to the service process and also disruptive into whatever expansion plan that we have put in. So in terms of meeting the needs, Yes, in many ways, the needs are met, but there are also unmet needs as well now, which we are trying to see how to meet the needs.
Yes, I think there's the story that going about even in psychological medicine, correct? People just leave if you send them to Timbuktu, correct? And of course, no one want to stay there, correct? I mean, even for public health medicine specialists, we if you send them far away, they will just leave and come to teach in university. That's good for us, basically, because they will come and run. But for service itself, it become a problem. For delivering care, it become a problem. I mean, that is the thing that we're going to face in the future, I think, correct? But let me ask Dr. Chow, since Dr. Chow is not going to talk about the past, let's talk about the future. What do you think is the challenge for psychological medicine of the future? Since you're very young, and you'll be here 50 years, I think you should be still practicing 50 years from now, all right? Maybe some of us are not going to practice, but you should be practicing. So what is your view of the future?
Yes, continuing on the opinion from Dr. Tengku Norita, I think I really concur with the opinions from her as well as Prof. Victor. The distribution really is the same difficulties that we face in the psychological medicine, because the number of the psychiatrist to patient ratio actually is considerably acceptable in the city, because we need around 1 to 10,000 psychiatrists per patient ratio actually. But now actually overall in Malaysia, we are just at around 1 to 60,000, 6 times far ahead actually. So a total number of psychiatrists in Malaysia is around 460. So we are still way far actually. We need around 2,000 plus psychiatrists. So not just the distribution, overall we need the numbers as well, okay, to train more psychiatrists. As Dr. Tengku said, actually the applicants are a lot actually, both parallel as well as the master pathway. Not talking about how we want to unify them like Prof. Atiba mentioned, not that yet, okay, wait, but we talk about the numbers first, how to increase the number of the applicants to pass actually, because not just increase the number of applicants, we need them to pass actually. Yes. We have problems retaining our candidates as well. Most of them, I think for different discipline, they have different challenges, but for our own fraternity, challenges faced with the part 1, the year 1 itself, the theory is disastrous. Actually more than 50% failure rates. And almost most of them fail once, 2, 3 times and they drop. So we have difficulties to retain that number of candidates in the postgrad itself, okay? So we really need to look into this to think and understand what is the difficulties there and how to modify the curriculum and exam standards to let them pass more easily but with quality, I would say.
We're looking at the future, correct? The future shouldn't be easy.
Yes, should be more challenging, right?
Yes, because we started with 1-year program, we started with 2-year program, now we're going to be 4-year program.
Yes.
So it shouldn't be easy, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, never mind. Thank you very much, Dr. Chow. And for your opinion, maybe sorry, this one I think is not in the question, but we can just move on. Dr. Louis, how was your opinion of your future? Not your future, sorry. The future of the future of Master of Pathology.
Well, I'm determined to be here in the future.
50 years' time.
A bit of a challenge. I was born 1950, so 50 years' time can be a bit of a challenge. Okay, I'll try, but never mind. I think what we're going to see in the future is already what we're developing in the present. Okay, so I understand your problem. We have maldistribution, Tengku has also brought up. People leave because they're in sort of a place that's not very good for work-life balance, okay? I don't think they do not like their work. I think it's just that outside of their work and the prospects for their family and so on may not be so good in the less developed areas. But in terms of if they migrate out or leak out into a different sector, let's say a private sector, I think the future has to find a way to engage them back into the contributing area for education. And I think there are new technologies and new practices that we can adopt to bring them back in. COVID taught us, and we all had a steep learning curve. If you didn't know how to use the computer, you learned at that time. I mean, whatever is, whether Teams or Means or whatever, Zoom and Room or whatever, we all learned how to do it, and suddenly we love it. People talk about carbon footprint today, you know. I invited people here, they say, I take care of my carbon footprint, I'll join online. And if you say with technology, fourth industrial revolution, all that, we can engage all these people. So even if they leave the public sector and go to the private, I think they're still contributing. We have to find a way for them to still contribute. So I think that's the future. That's the future. The other future is artificial intelligence. We cannot ignore that. Artificial intelligence is one of the things in pathology we are embracing. And I've had private conversations with Yamulia Tengku. There is an artificial intelligence plan in pathology. You know, it's not to replace all of us and make us robots, but we will have our role in training the machine and setting the rules. But artificial intelligence is going to make our work very different. For me, I really look forward to it. I want to live to that day to see artificial intelligence really practiced in pathology, because it means that I will have machines, in a sense, the intelligent machine, being the ideal trainee, resident, to look at the first screening of the slides for me. And they are going to be much better than, maybe a bit threat to the residents, but the trainees, you have to compete with the machine. But once you're the pathologist, you can really rely on artificial intelligence to do the first screening. So I think that is just a glimpse for the future.
Okay, so how does, from your point of view, you say AI is coming, and we have to embrace AI. So how is teaching going to change?
Well, I think a lot of teaching can be done by AI.
Teaching pathologists to know AI.
Well, how did anyone taught me how to use anything? Automation, immunohistochemistry, and so on. I think we just learn to adopt technology into our needs. I'm not very sure that we should always say that you must be taught in a very formal way. I think we should adopt technology into what can best apply to us. So I would say, if I ask everybody here in this room, during COVID, when you learned to use Zoom and whatever, how many of you had to go through a course to learn how to do it? We didn't, we just learned it. And I think we will learn it, although the technical aspects of machine learning and so on, and if you want to go into things like neural networks and all that, we learn by working with our colleagues in the scientific field who will explain to us some of the technicalities behind it. But I feel that we will learn it. And as we adopt this into our education and our practice, we will also learn it along the way as to what it is. Okay. I think pathology is very good at adopting new technology.
Yeah, maybe we can hear from Yamulia, Dr. Tengku Norita. What do you think that the new topic is needed in pathology teaching, pathology specialists? How does the teaching going to change in the future?
It has come a long way, 50 years, right? So the teaching of pathology is very much established and it's very good. Okay, I think that to me the teaching is there, but what we can do more, especially in current times and to meet the future needs, is to paint a new picture over the traditional role of pathologist. Okay, so that the graduates that come out, when they work, their trainees will see them, you see, because the trainees will learn from whoever they're attached to. Because I think it's time, pathology, I think they shouldn't go away with the idea now that they are just sitting in the back room, looking into tests and reporting. I think it's more than that. They should be they should be and also feel that they are part of the patient care team. they must make things happen. They must know when, where, and how to initiate doing or take the lead to do things. They must make things happen rather than waiting for it to happen or being told to happen. For example, I mean, if you know certain things, we are talking about algorithm, certain algorithm or certain methodology, and we know that that is the way rather than continuing with all the obsolete thing which the clinicians are clinging to. It's time to tell them, hey, look, why are we still doing this? Let's use the money for this test and do something else which is more useful. Or why is it that when something is good, that we need to wait for the surgeons or the physicians? Can you start doing this? Can you start doing it? When we know already, it's something that is useful to start. So sometimes I think it's time in many ways for pathologists to take the lead. And also, for example, like taking the lead in promoting the effective laboratory utilization. I think that is very, very important. So it's time for pathologists of now and also the future to come out and start doing all that.
Great. Pathologists to be the leader. I think all specialties we should lead in the context and should not just based on what we learn from undergraduate school or specialist training. Maybe we can ask Dr. A. Govind to share your experience on teaching and learning in of public health. Do you have any experience of teaching when you are in Ministry of Health?
I was a lecturer in UKM from 2000 to 2007. And is it working? And while teaching those days, I had to ask the students, what language should I speak? And all of them lifted their hand and said Bahasa Malaysia. So I had to give my lectures in Bahasa Malaysia. Some in English, at times, certain words, the rest all in Bahasa Malaysia. And they accepted that. And teaching was also done because computers were available those days. And a lot of it, I put it on a program which can be shown on the screen, could follow the lectures very easily. And copies of that were made and given to the students. For health specialists to be trained, I feel that the present MPH students, they are going to become specialists, and I would like to include a subject of computer literacy in the program, because in rural health, you got a map, which is, usually we use a global map system. We can pinpoint to the villages. A click of it will show the number of houses and facilities available in that place and what are the infectious diseases available. So from the health office itself, they can monitor the whole district. So such a thing is necessary for specialists to be trained in. And where they can bring problem-solving systems into the computer, which can be passed on to the health centers and to the staff, now through phones, through email, WhatsApp, and so many programs are there. So I feel that it should be done, for future specialists.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. A. Govind. I think that is there already in some of the program. Just I would like to add that from my point of view, since I'm also the head of Department of Social Preventive Medicine, and also a member of the Public Health Medicine Conjoint Committee. Basically, we have moved a long way since Master of Public Health. In 2008, we have moved from Master of Public Health to Doctor of Public Health. So currently, we have Master of Public Health 1 year, and then 3 years of Doctor of Public Health program. And also we have just completed specialist specific requirement under the NSR for Master of Public Health Medicine Specialist, which is which is just published in 24th August 2023, just recently. So we were going to change, our program is going to change based on that. And I think that moving forward, I agree with all of you. AI is going to come in, all right. The other things like big data is going to stay, and also other kind of issue. And of course, the challenge that we're going to face in public health is climate change, urbanization, and issues like that. How about from psychological medicine perspective? What are the education changes that you think that you need? Because you say that a lot of your students actually fail, correct? I think it's not because student, it's because of the teacher. Do you agree?
Who to blame?
Yes, who to blame? You see, there's two things to blame only. Either selection process is wrong, or the teacher. The students you cannot blame the student, correct? Because they're all your children.
All my children. Yes, thank you for the question. So from my perspective, so how the teaching has changed, actually, I think in psychological medicine perspective, actually it's important to look at it on how to make it more student-centered, actually. Because traditionally, the teaching actually has been more paternalistic, one-way spoon-feed from last time, actually. So we are moving on, actually, some of them move on to more student-centered for them to get more self or independent learning, to encourage them to think and to understand more about the patients as well as about themselves. Because in psychological medicine, inevitably, we will think about ourselves. As long as we treat the patients, we try to reflect and think about what is wrong with me and how can I improve and move on as well. Yes. Because we need to do complete actually 2 case protocol for psychotherapy for our patients.
Right.
So in the process, actually we analyze our own opinion and feelings towards the patient. So that's how we improve ourselves also.
Good.
So along that note, actually to make it more student-centered, not just by saying it, we need to practice it by modeling actually. We need to show it on how to try to understand not just the patient, as well as try to understand our students. What are their struggles about and how to assist them so that they can practice it in the future.
Okay.
I think that's my opinion.
All right, I thought we have reached the end already, okay? You can continue holding the mic and give us your last thoughts, then we can go around and then we can close the session.
My thoughts about this actually past, present and future session forum is I think it's very good and innovative to able to see a trend on how we go along the transition and moving forward. So I really appreciate the invitation. So I think hopefully I can get more chance to this. That's my thoughts only. Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to Yang Mulia Tunku Nurita. Maybe you can give your thoughts on what the last thoughts on maybe focusing on specialty or on training, on anything.
Okay. I think the present is here, the future is really very, very near, but we learn from the past. We learn from the past. Our future is very good. I think it still holds very good for pathology, especially on the need of subspecialization of services. But and I think for pathology, it's very important that they are actually they have the ability to progress, to change, to respond, and to adapt on the needs, on the ever-increasing needs of the service. I think that is the only way that we're able to cope and provide a meaningful pathology service.
Thank you. Dr. A. Govind, do you have any last word?
I don't know how long I'll live for the future to find out what we have done so far. I hope to see these effects of the new training program in 15 years. I'll be there. And the future is, as Prof said, AI in health, in AI and computer. Advancement in that would help the specialists a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. And final words from Prof. Dato' Lui and your wise word.
Well, I agree with all that has been said. And trying to sit back and look, I think all of us have been teachers, and not just at the basic level, but also throughout life. In professional development, we continue to teach. at least those who are more senior. The thing is, if it's the last word, I would say, okay, we have focused on knowledge, we have focused on skills in terms of pathology, and we make sure that they have that, the basics. I think the future lies with value, teaching value and making sure that they understand their own worth and understand how to develop usefulness and develop their profession and do their work in a way that makes a difference to the patient. So I think it encompasses what has been said by Tengku too, like being part of the team, not being just a backroom pathologist, but being part of the team going forward, making decisions together with our clinical colleagues to deliver something that is worthy to the patient, and from there to the community and to the country, and perhaps even globally, which many of us show can be done. So value, I think, is the focus for the future. We use technology to deliver value, and we use whatever means develops in the future to deliver value. I think that would be my final word. Focus on value.
Thank you very much, Dr. Louis. I think that this comes to the end, and I am happy that we have a good discussion today, and my panel is very, very informative and have in-depth knowledge and understanding of the issue. And just to remind that we are celebrating 50 years of medical specialist training in Malaysia. It's not in in Malaysia, and is just one of being given the opportunity to start, that's all. All right. But how it ends, all of you have the responsibility to continue and to make sure that medical specialist training in Malaysia continue for the next 50 years. And we would, as Dr. Louis say, we will be the best among the best of the world, the best of the best. Thank you very much. And hand it back to you, Dr. Krishna.
All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Is there any burning question from the floor to our esteemed, honorable panels?
Open for question, forgot. Yeah, open for question. And there's a mic up there.
Please reach out your nearest mic if you have any question.
All right, one question. Please introduce yourself and then can start the question.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the forum. My name is Fuad. I'm from the Psychological Medicine Department. I'm a trainee. Just to sort of direct the question towards the future of specialty training, I see that from the past moving forward that there's a lot of focus on subspecialty training where specialists move on to focus further and deeper into their studies. I was wondering if you have any thoughts on that and whether further development will be beneficial or will it be detrimental to generalist practices, people who maybe want to maintain being a general psychiatrist or a general physician or general surgeon for that matter. Thank you.
Okay, can we start with psychological medicine? Since it's from psychological medicine.
I think to answer this question, actually definitely there are different roles to it, generalists and subspecialists. So if there is a need actually in the subspecialty training, actually why not actually to get more training and training to get more subspecialists actually. But we do need the number is the generalists as well, because if not, then who to go to the more rural places, let's say, I don't know what to mention. Yes. And a balance of increment of the generalists and subspecialists is needed because subspecialists only that handful of number of the subspecialists are there. So they are concentrated in the cities as well. So definitely we need more. So I would say a balance of the increment will be best.
Maybe from Yang Mulia Tunku, from since you are the head of service.
Okay, we need both the generalists and the subspecialists. But for pathology, we need it because the clinical services is having more and more subspecialization. And we are responding to that needs. If we don't, I mean, if they are stop having it, then we will stop having it. But if they have it, we have to follow along, or else we would be not providing the needs of that subspecialty services.
Yeah, interesting. So from the public health perspective, I think both is needed. I think what Dr. Chow actually mentioned is correct. We need both. And of course, if you have time to specialize or subspecialize, and given the opportunity to specialize, subspecialize, you must also remember that you are still a generalist. It's just that subspecialization is just one point of it, but you're supposed to be able to go and see a patient in the clinic and manage a patient with cough and cold, even though you are a psychiatrist, correct? I mean, even though you're a pathologist, even though you're a public health medicine specialist, we still need to do that. I think that is the thing that we should think of move forward. You can become a subspecialist, but you still need, you're grounded. You're grounded with your basic, and the basic is the one that would hold water for the rest of it. Maybe I'll skip the question. And then, any other question? Any other burning question? That doesn't mean to burning question, but in-depth question. I want an in-depth. So we can ask Prof. Dr. Louis to respond. It's not every day you get these distinguished people up here. Ken.
The next step be having an NMPA for subspecialty? Does it mean another 10 years of major challenges for subspecialty?
Okay, maybe Prof. Louis.
Because bearing in mind, when I sat for my exam, I was already a subspecialist. I'm a medical microbiologist, master's, but my fellowship, my membership, is only for virology. So I'm essentially a clinical virologist, which apparently in Malaysia does not exist. I'm seen as a medical microbiologist. All right, but I know Tukun Nuna have been doing it by sending higher specialist training, but they're sent overseas. All right, so are we going to have our own subspecialty curriculum?
I think we just have to answer it logically and in a way build on what was already said just now. The subspecialty training, I think, will have to develop according to needs. If there's a need for subspecialty training sufficient enough for us to say that we need a concerted effort that is more cost effective to do it locally, and there are enough numbers and we can have enough trainers to do it, and there is a market for it, then I think there is no reason why training institutions at university cannot respond, or even together with the profession and the Ministry of Health develop subspecialty programs. In some, it has already started. I mean, we call them fellowship programs. It's just a name, okay? You want to call them subspecialty, you want to call them fellowship. They're just names. But the idea is that after your basic, there is a need to have some who are selected out to do a bit more in-depth. When that need arises and it becomes obvious that it is cost-effective to run it, I think it should be done. And if it can be done locally because there are enough people who can train it, then so be it. If it needs an intermediary phase to perhaps use some other more experienced people who we know from abroad who can help us along the way, then so be it. But I believe that many of us actually have enough expertise to actually anchor subspecialty training. Whether it means another 10 years and so on, if you are saying it with the horror in your voice, it means that that's no go because it's horrible. Okay. So you've got to find a way where you can say it with the happiness in your voice. So that's it. It's for us to find that level, that balance. Is it going to be 10 years? Is it going to be 2 years? Do it in such a way that it's going to be win-win for everybody, not horror for everybody. I go on those basic principles.
I add something to it. I think it is there. It will be there because under our current program, the subspecialty program for us is 12 months. Okay. Yes, you rightly point out we have to send overseas. The problem is that because some subspecialization in set of the various disciplines, there'll be 1, 2, 3. All right. What we have done this year, starting this year, so the future for some of it is coming, is that for this year, we found that for renal pathology, dermatopathology, we have not many, but we have many trained and still in service within our environment. So of this year, this is the first group that we started our renal path and derm path locally. So they are doing the 12 months training locally at all the various derm path and renal path centers. So I think, it's once we build up the capacity of that subspecialization, once we have enough, then we can convert it to a local program. But of course, I think this is also an avenue for us to look into collaborations with university as well, who's having that, and to see how, I'm not touching on the curriculum, okay, is basically, we hope the university will take out on the curriculum, but we hope that by doing a synchronized or concerted effort between MOH and university, having the subspecialization a lot more maybe in university, that perhaps we can have more local programs being offered and more takers for the subspecialization training.
Yeah, I agree with Tunku Norita and Prof. Louis that if the needs arise, and I think we need to work together, and Ministry of Health and the education institution in the country, we actually have done it once, correct? That 50 years ago, when the cabinet says that we need 3 specialist programs, and given the task to University of Malaya, we have done it before. If next time cabinet asks again, we will be able to do it, correct? We always are able to do things like that. So I think there's a positive side to it. And those who are laughing, I hope they're laughing because they agreed with me. But I think that we need to go because I don't want to. A lot of people are here for the next section also. So I think we have eaten a lot of time to the next session. I think we need to go.
Thank you,
Thank you very much.
Finally, we come to the end of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our honorable panels and moderators who conducted an excellent forum session on a past, present, and future pathology, social preventive medicine, psychological medicine in conjunction with 50 years of medical specialty training. Sorry, I'm from physiology anyway. Indeed, it was an interesting and engaging discussion. As part of the appreciation, we would like to invite Professor Victor to give a token of appreciation to our panels and moderators. Let's begin with Professor Dr. Louis. Dr. Anirudhan. Dr. Tunku Norita. And finally to our young lecturer, Dr. Chow Soon Ken. Of course, we never forget our esteemed moderator, Professor Victor, to receive our token of appreciation from our esteemed Professor Dr. Louis. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So that's all for today's forum session. So let's move on to the next session, which is the lunch talk from Sensi Berhad.
Hi, welcome everyone. So we've got actually 2 lunch talks. I hope all of you stay for both. We're starting off with... Can you hear me? Yeah, please do stay because there will be 2 interesting talks coming up by company. They're setting up their talk right now. And we've got really good speakers coming up. And I would like to introduce the first speaker. Yes? Hi. Okay, I'm just going to continue. Yeah. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so we will be having the lunch talk, and our first speaker is actually Mr. Chuck, who's the group CEO of Sensi Berhad. He's in fact a big investor into these fields of putting IT and medical technology together, and that's how this whole system has been started off. And the person who actually created it will be giving the talk later, but I would leave it to him to introduce about his company and what they do. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. Let me introduce who I am. My name is Chucks. I came to this country around 30 years back for a 3-month assignment. And today it's 30 plus years. I'm still here. And I think so next 30 years, if possible. So the reason I come over here was I used to work for an organization called Tatas from India. And I was representing them, came from an IT perspective. I was very fortunate to be associated with 2 major national transformation projects in the country. And what I saw over a period of last 30 years, that there is so much of a visualization opportunity in so many sectors that anybody from a digitization world or from an IT perspective world gets so excited about. 2010 brought me into a subject called healthcare. Now, as we appreciate that just before COVID, healthcare was just a sector of doctors. It was not a sector where digitization, transformation was a mandatory thing. Financial institutions, manufacturing, these were very awesome. But healthcare, people used to look at it, yeah, we need it, but the doctors more or less were more interested in the equipments and what the hospital can offer. So let me take you all through a journey which I'm sure that everybody over here, sitting over here, has already either read it, have experienced it, and towards the end, I'd like to do some conclusions on behalf of Sensi Berhad. A line on Sensi Berhad, it's one of the youngest companies in health tech in the country, and God's grace, it is the largest in terms of market cap in the country. It is spread out in more than 9 countries in a short span of 5 years, and it is expanding. So today, I just wanted to explain the current state of healthcare in many of the institutions, especially in the public sector, not much in the private sector. Paper records, consultation, manual administrative tasks. We still see long, long queues in many places. And we always think, why? Why this long queues? Fragmented communication, challenges in sharing of information. It's not fully digitized. Many of the places are not digitized yet. Many restrictions, many reasons for not that to happen. Today, the digital revolutions are happening all around the world, and people are talking about AI. We just heard them, our panel. that AI is moving towards the future, even though we understand that it's not 100% yet. But to reach 100%, it will take some time, but everybody is moving towards it. I'm sure a university like definitely they are also thinking they have a huge resource of data with them. I'm sure they're planning to do something on the AI perspective also. IoTs, another topic from the same rural and urban. We have been talking about doctors do not want to go to rural environment. Of course, there's a reason, but today the world is changing. Telehealth, teleradiology is becoming an absolute reality. IoTs are becoming reality. So definitely in the coming near future, it won't be a risk of anybody to enter into the rural environment where they don't have to go to house by house, but through telehealth, they would be in a position to still serve the community. There is lots of potential to transform in every respect of healthcare today. Every single day we feel as an IT company, as a health tech company, we feel that we have achieved. And every single day it comes to a thought process, there's so much to achieve. And that also brings me to a thought that definitely from Sansi Berhad, we would love to partner with an organization like University Malaysia, do some research, give them what we have already with us, share it with them. Everybody over here who's coming out to become a doctor, they need to be digitized. They need to understand the world of digitization. Yes, again from the panel talk, it was said that we should look a subject called digitization or IT into the subject. Promises of digital healthcare, seamless integration of health services. It is the reality and it is what it should be in today's world. After COVID, everybody is connected in some format or other associated with digital. Enhanced patient experience. Today, the patient has become totally different. They have got so very well educated that we are becoming patient-centric. So, are we losing the doctors? That would be my last topic of discussion. Efficiency and speed. It is something like everybody is focused on efficiency and the speed, the transformation of information from one point to other point. Accessibility of information, that's another subject that we are all talking about. How do we access our information? Today, the healthcare is not only within a city, within a town, or within a country. People travel. There is healthcare tourism. People are moving all around. How do you access all the information? People have been talking on this subject for ages. It's more than 30 years. I have been myself following this topic. Data analysis, personalization, AI. The data analytics has become the big word. The big data has become a big word. What it is an experience that needs to be harnessed properly. If we harness this information properly, we will get something which will be very, very helpful in the near future as a guidance. It will not change anything that we already have, the knowledge, but it will definitely become a substitute or an initiation to help and assist. Definitely, manual-based systems, there are lots of challenges, lots of association. I won't use the word cost reduction, but what we can always say is utilization of the resources to proper aspects of functionalities within any organization helps not only to reduce cost, but to automate the systems. Improve patient experience. Everybody is focusing onto that. Continuous monitoring. Now today, from the rural perspective, IoTs, it is becoming a reality. I'm sure most of us over here have already experienced one form or the other form of IoTs. Moving forward, we are all worried about 3 Ps, and that is provider, patient, and payers. I will be touching this point as an experience to me myself and what it has done to change in the current industry. Changing the patient expectations, because the patients, today's patient in most of the urban cities, they are very tech savvy. I'll say another experience on how do you manage a subject like pregnancy. Today, a woman is so busy, she doesn't have time to go and sit in a clinic for hours together waiting for her appointment. She would love somebody, a midwife or an individual who's qualified to come and do the test so that she continues her work, and all these tests, once done, can be transmitted and can be acknowledged by somebody who is sitting in his own clinic. If there is a threshold, you look into it. Telehealth again. So these are becoming reality of life. Scalability is again becoming a very big topic of understanding and innovation and research. Since I've got only 15 minutes, I'd like to share two experiences. One experience, how digitization changes things. I was in UK, I met with a very bad accident. I broke all parts of my body, and the only point of contact at that period my family could do was to take me to NHS. I had an insurance card that was issued in Malaysia. I was so lucky. I was admitted to the hospital. I was given all the treatment. Everything was done awesomely well. While I was being discharged, they said, tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, you can leave. And when 10 o'clock came, 10:30 happened, nobody came. And I was getting worried. What's happening? And when I asked my son to go and check what happened, and he goes and he checks, and the head nurse says, oh, you're ready to go. You can leave at 10. I said, but I haven't signed any document. I have not paid any money. I have done nothing. Are you sure that I can leave? And the answer was yes. Everything is done, settled. You can leave anytime you feel like. Now, the same insurance card which was issued in Malaysia, I had gone to one of the large private hospital. I came at 5:30 in the evening, and till 10, I could not get an admission inside because my guarantee letter was not cleared. I had to wait till my wife came in, she paid the money, and I was admitted. Moving forward from that experience, I thought that's one experience. It happens because they could not read the handwriting of the UK doctor. Okay. While I was being discharged, the doctor came in the round in the morning. 9 o'clock, he told me, oh, today you're discharged. You can just wait for your final guarantee letter clearance and you can leave. Now, of course, all parts of my body broken. I need an ambulance to go back home. I need to book one. 4:30 in the evening, I finally left the hospital because my final GL came only at around that time. So the thought came in the mind, what went wrong? In UK, it was awesome, and here. So I thought it's a Malaysian problem. Maybe something to do with that. 4 months in bed, being in IT, being a company full of IT literate people, I said, let's go and check what's happening. And then we realized millions of dollars spent by the insurance industry, millions of dollars spent by the healthcare industry, but they don't communicate with each other. And why they don't communicate with each other? Because they have never thought of standardization of information. And today we take the proud to say Sansi Berhad has created the platform in between these two environments. We are the only platform which is integrating. We are doing projects with all the major insurance companies, major hospitals, the largest hospital groups. And I'm sure in next 6 months period from today, it will be not that an experience that I went through. So with this thought process, I would also like to say to everyone over here that what we feel that automation can change, can help so many people in this earth if the processes are made faster. But at the same time, I had a very awesome experience 2 days back. And there's the largest hospital coming out in this country, a private hospital. The owner of that, who is a doctor by profession, I went to present, oh, we have got this, we have done that, and I kept on saying all the accolades and everything else. And this man, who is 65 years old, he said, gentlemen, I have one question for you. If you can answer that thing, I'm interested to listen to you further. Otherwise, you know what, I'm not interested. And he put it so simply. We are all doctors here or in that profession. He said, when a patient comes in front of me, I have got between 4 to 6 seconds to analyze him. If your system can tell me who is he, what's his name, what's his profession, I looked at him, profession, yeah. He said, because if I know that his profession, I know how to talk to him. If he's a teacher, I know how to talk to him. If he's a businessman, I know how to talk to him. Then he said, the language, I want to know. His religion, I would like to know. In one screen, in that 4 to 6 seconds, I would like to see all his past records. If you're unable to show me his past records, it's absolutely of no use, because today's digitization has brought me to a situation, instead of 6 seconds, I have to spend few minutes going from one screen to the other screen, to the other screen, to the other screen, to understand who my patient is, before even I can acknowledge the patient. Of course, we were damn lucky. Our system has been developed in that format. And when we showed him a new thought process on the AI, and the AI from voice to text, when we showed him how advanced it has become, thank you God, he was happy. With this, I would like to invite the second guest. And if there is any question before I start that, I'll be more than happy to answer anyone.
Thank you. Thank you for the talk. If there are questions, we can keep the questions together for both speakers, if that's okay, so that we can move on to the next talk first.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Mr. Abhishek. He is the CEO of Sandy, and he is the co-founder of Ring, an Asian response to Asian challenges. His talk today is going to be introducing this platform to you all. And if you want to actually learn about how the platform works, you can visit the booth, and you can have some hands-on there. Thank you. I just give him a few minutes to set up. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I would like to introduce you to Ring, which is our approach to lifetime health records. I dare say a new approach to lifetime health records. So to begin with, I would like to ask you 3 questions. I realize most of you here today will be able to answer these questions. But think about your friends, your families, how many of them would know the answers to these questions, okay? So the first question I have for you is, how many times have you been to see the doctor? Or just in general, how many times do people go to see the doctor? The second question is, how many different clinics and how many different hospitals in how many different parts of town, different towns, different cities, different countries have you been to see the doctor? And tomorrow, if you wanted to understand more about your own healthcare or your own health, or you are about to undergo treatments in which the doctor would benefit from having certain medical history, how easy or how much effort would you have to go through to get that information? In today's world, if I were to ask you how much, where, when your last transaction was, within a few moments you open up your online banking application, you can tell me that. I can ask you what were the last 10 meals you ordered. Did you like it? You can open up Grab or Foodpanda and you can tell me that. I could even ask you maybe what train or what seat on a train or what seat on a flight were you on 3 years ago? And you could probably tell me within, say, 30 seconds, right? But if I were to ask a general person on the streets what the diagnosis of their last doctor's visit was, or what medicines they were prescribed, or even what vaccinations they received as a child, chances are they wouldn't know. And I can say that I don't know, right? So this is where we came up with this concept called Ring. which is medical records in your pocket. It's a mobile application for users to collect and collate all of the medical history to build a personal healthcare summary. And because of our unique architecture, which I will talk to you about shortly, we're also able to have your families on this application, and you can access it truly anytime, anywhere, which means that you don't have to have an internet connection to do so. I can tell you the other day, 2 weeks ago, I was at another conference in Putrajaya, 10 minutes away from the PM's office, and without Wi-Fi, I was still able to show people my solutions and my health records, right? So even in an urban setting, we always talk about, in the rural areas, they may not have Wi-Fi. But even in urban areas, we may not always have access to internet. So in terms of healthcare providers, of course, allowing people to collect all of their medical history with them allows doctors then to provide better clinical outcomes with information that they could use. It also empowers people and makes them happy to have information that's actually important to them, accessible to them. And of course, it helps to increase the processes. Sometimes when you request for a medical record to be provided after, if you go to a private sector side, they will ask you for 150 ringgit, 200 ringgit, plus please wait, 4 or 5 working days for us to get you this information. So, with our solution, this happens instantaneously. The minute you walk out of the clinic, you already have all of your records on the application for free. So what we're actually trying to create here is this concept of a single patient, single electronic health record. Essentially, any patient going to any healthcare provider in the country will be able to provide their doctors with all of their medical information. Right? This is a concept that has been tried for many, many years. Malaysia first tried this in 2008. There was a program called MyHIX, H-I-X. Singapore has tried, the UK has tried, many, many countries have tried. But they always face the same challenges, right? And so we are going to do a little bit of an IT lesson here, very, very briefly. But let me explain to you what the current approach to such a solution usually takes, right? What you have is on one side, you've got the clinics and the doctors in there and the hospitals. And each of those hospitals has to have an electronic medical record solution, such as a clinical information system or hospital information system. Now, these then push information up to a data consolidating cloud for all doctors and patients to access. But there are a lot of challenges with this. Firstly, on the patient side, I want to know who has access to my data. I may not want to share my information. It could be very private to me with anyone, right? There's also the aspect of what we call integration, which is connecting to those clinical systems. Now, those systems per clinic, per hospital can cost from the thousands to the millions of ringgit per clinic or hospital. In Malaysia, we have well over 10,000 clinics. We have well over 300 hospitals. So who is going to pay for all of these systems? And who is going to pay for the connections to these systems? So what we approach is we said, hey, let's get rid of the cloud, right? Everyone likes to say, we have cloud. It sounds really cool. But in actuality, it works a lot better without the cloud. What we instead have is all of the medical records are stored either on the doctor's side or with the patient themselves. What this means is I, as a patient, have access to who controls my data or who has access to it because I have to share it with my doctor, right? So I can control that if this is my doctor, they have access to it because I trust them. But another individual who may not be my doctor, I don't want them to have access to that. It also means that we don't have to connect with a clinical system like an EMR or HIS, right? Because there's no need to push that data into the cloud. So what we have is a web application, so like a website like Facebook that you can log into, input the information that you wish to send across to your patient, and send it across to your patient. And in addition, we don't charge for it. We don't charge patients, we don't charge doctors, we don't charge hospitals. And of course, we're in Malaysia. So as we say, we're an ASEAN's answer for an ASEAN question. So with that, I would have loved to have shown you our demo, and we are upstairs, and I would love to be able to show it to you in person. But for now, I believe we can open up for questions. Yeah.
Yeah. Will you be able to play some sort of demo or something like that, if possible, with that?
Be difficult. I can try to log in.
Yeah, you can plug in your
I
laptop.
can at least show the doctor side, the patient side. So
Yeah,
I'm just
I think
listening
that
to
should
my,
be fine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let me
just
just show the doctor
doctor
side.
side, yeah. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I can't show the patient side because it's on your phone. And so to be able to show that to all of you, I need to plug my laptop in, which unfortunately I can't do at the moment. So I'm just going to log into our doctor side. Okay, so this is what the doctor would see, the login. This is for clinics or hospitals that either have not connected to our systems, because if they were connected, it would be seamless. You wouldn't even see this page, but more so for the huge proportion of our paper-based clinics and hospitals here in Malaysia. Okay, so this is what the face looks in, and exactly like what Chuck said, is doctors come up to us and have told us, I want it to be as simple as possible. I don't want to spend more than 30 seconds sending a record across to a patient. So first we've got a dashboard. This is just for doctors to see, like the referrals they've been given, the diagnosis and such. But here, this is the main screen, right? We have, you just ask, imagine you just completed your consultation, you want to send the records across to your patient, you would just ask them for their phone number. And here, two numbers appear. The first number refers to the primary patient, and all of these ones with like -1, -2, -3, they refer to a patient's dependents, like their child or parents. When you click it, you have the details of the patient flow up, and you can input your diagnosis. We can do free text, or if you guys are familiar with ICD-10, if you know the code, you can input the code, or you can just type out the diagnosis, and if there is a relevant ICD-10 codification, it will flow. So, or if you knew, for example, you get all of the related diagnoses. So there's only two mandatory fields for the doctor, which is just the phone number and the diagnosis, and they can send that across. Now, unfortunately, I don't have exemplar attachments to add, but I could add any number of files that I wish to. It can be PDF, JPEG, PNG. If you have a tablet, you can just say you're paper-based, you don't even have PDF or PNG, you've just got a book in front of you, a piece of paper. If you have a tablet or your phone, you can just snap a picture. The same thing loads up on your phone. Snap a picture of that, send it across to the patient. So if you guys come up to the booth, I can show you this in action and show you it literally takes 10 to 20 seconds to send across records to a patient, right? So beyond that, you just click send, and that's it. We do have e-referrals as well. So let's just say you wanted to be able to refer out to another doctor, either within your hospital or not. You would just click, the ring group, the hospital. You could choose the specialty, which doctor you wanted to send to. Now, the cool thing about this is when you click send, the patient gets a referral letter, so they know which doctor they're supposed to go to, where that is. On our patient app, you'll see we have a Google Map link so that you know how to get to that doctor and all of that. But also, the referral doctor, so the second doctor, also gets a copy of that referral letter. So even when the patient is walking in, they're already a little bit aware of what's happened to the patient. And they will also get a copy of those records. So as Chuck's mentioned, that initial 4 to 6 seconds, if they can expand that to, say, 30 seconds, they'll already know a lot more about the patient before they even walk in. So with that, I think this is as far as I can get here.
We'll move to some questions. If you don't mind, I'll start with one question. I'm not sure whether you're able to show the demo, but maybe you can explain it.
Yeah.
Because you did mention about the patients being able to have the treatment data with them and so forth. And
Yeah.
also similar, like when you said the referral information,
Yeah.
what would happen if, on the doctor side, if they want to speak with each other, is there communication and those kind of things as well? Yeah.
So, actually, the closest I can get to here today is this. So basically, this is what our application looks like. When you click this, so you have the doctor's information, the doctor's name, which hospital they're a part of. If you were to click this on your mobile application, you'll have the description that the doctor had sent you. It'll give you the date, the diagnosis, the type of records that were sent to you, a lot of further information. And then when you click this, your actual record would pop up so you can see it. We have additional features like a report generator. So if you want to consolidate several different reports together and then show that to your doctor, you can do that on the application too. In terms of doctors being able to chat with each other in referrals, it really depends on the doctor. Some say they would love it. Others say, hey, I don't want to be disturbed. If it's that important, they can contact. Yes.
So that means this will send like reminders for appointments to the patients and also when to pick up their, will it send like notifications since it's an app? Yeah.
Sure. So with the appointment system, it depends on whether we connect with the hospital's appointment system. They would need to have their own appointment system. Essentially, what you can think of this application is more of a record management system, more so than the classic hospital appointment application.
Thank you. So I think I will open up maybe we'd like to join Mr. Abhishek, and maybe we can have some questions from the audience before we move on to the next talk. Anyone who would like to start asking some questions?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I'm S.K. Lim, I'm a nephrologist. A very interesting idea. So I just want to understand a little bit more about patient experience. So for example, if I'm actually having my health medical record in the apps, do I have to go to a hospital which also basically having the same system in order to share the data? If let's say I have a patient have the data in the apps and coming to a PPM to see me, and our hospital is actually not having this, so how the patient is going to share the data with me? This is just the first question. Yeah.
Sure. So for the first question, basically what the patient can do is if on our application, there's like a little sub-menu here. From there, as I mentioned, the patient is able to set or create a report which consolidates certain reports that they wish to share across to the doctor. From there, once they generate that report, it's a PDF. They can just send it across to the doctor. So the receiving doctor doesn't necessarily have to have the system. They would need the system to send the information across, though.
So that means he can share through phone or through email and all the things?
Email,
so
WhatsApp, whatever, as you prefer.
Yeah, so in terms of the compilation of the health medical record, do you have an example to see how it's actually compiled? Because I just want to have an idea that how do you think it's compiled? Is it based on your previous consultation with the doctors and all this thing, and it's actually compiled randomly, or it's actually have a very systematic way in terms of putting the diagnosis, medications, and your lab tests all organized in a very nice way?
Yeah. So imagine if it's a report of, say, 10 pages, example, consolidating of all your reports, we categorize it per visit. So this visit has for this diagnosis with this doctor at this hospital at this date, alongside the actual reports, and which, say if it was a lab report, it will be categorized as a lab report within that visit. So perhaps it would be best later if I can show you.
I saw your booth there. Later on, I will go there. But just to understand a bit more, is how the patient get the record into the apps. Because if, let's say, they come to a hospital where they are actually not synced in terms of system, and I see the patient, I give them a hard copy of the lab test report, and then I give them the prescription. and actually tell them, okay, you have chronic kidney disease. All right. So how the patient actually get that kind of information into their health record? Do they have to enter it manually into the system?
No. So, well, partially. We have a self-upload function. So if the patient wants a very high-quality version of that, they can always scan it at home, generate a PDF. Alternatively, if you're not too fussed about the quality of the report itself, the patient can always use a phone, which nowadays is actually quite high quality, or the scan feature on most smartphones. And they are able to self-upload with the categorization and information regarding the doctor and such directly onto the application. Because we have designed this to be able to work with many GPs who, do not have electronic systems. But as individuals, we still want to consolidate our information.
Okay, just last one, because I want to leave the chance to others. Just for a patient, let's say very interested to actually build their own e-health medical record using your apps, in terms of how do they get access to it? Do they have to pay in terms of using it?
So the basic versions, which is what I've described, like being able to consolidate your healthcare and all of that, that will forever be free. Where we plan to charge is through some premium features. Say, for example, if you want to create a backup of your information, to put it on a personal cloud, so an auto backup, for example, then it will be a premium subscription for that, or say access to certain vouchers, things like that. But the core features of the application, that will be free.
Okay, so I can actually download it now and actually start building my record, is it? Is it true?
In 2 months' time. We have just got our final version out last week. So we have to run our security tests, of course, because we don't want you to, have any challenges with that. So we should have all of that sorted out by either late November to maybe early December. So by January, yes.
Okay, thanks. Looking forward to that.
Thank you.
We'll take
Just to add on to that, if you all want to play around, it is already available in Play Store and App Store, but please do not put the final records. But if you all want to feel it, you all can just go over there and you can download it.
You can see yourselves as our beta testers.
So we can actually take a few more questions. So is there any other questions from the floor? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Site whereby the doctor actually had to manually. Is it actually electronic health record or clinical information system? Is it a comprehensive system for the clinic to use, whereby there's an add-on feature whereby you can upload certain information that you want to send to your patients, or is this just purely?
As you correctly said, that this is a patient-centric application. So what we are trying to do is the millions and billions of people who needs to carry the information anywhere, any part of the world, without having to think of data protection acts or cybersecurity attacks. That's one. The second thought is from the clinic perspective. So as we introduce ourselves that we are a complete digital health organization, so we do have a very humble SaaS product, software as a service. So these are like digital clinics. Now, digital clinics, the thought process is you have a specialty. It has got a specialty as well as an EMR. And within this, you have an option to select whether you want to just send diagnosis and prescriptions, or you would like to attach additional, including your bill information, including other information. So depending on hospitals and clinics, they have an option to decide what exactly they would like to share with their patients. So that options are available through open APIs.
If I may add, or perhaps to summarize what Chuck is saying, is that Ring itself is a patient application, our patient-centric application. In terms of being able to create EMRs and all of that to send across, that is where we work with Sansi Berhad, who has a clinical information system that is directly connected to our application. But we are also open to working with any other CMS or HIS providers, or in the case where it's just a paper-based clinic, they don't want to onboard any sort of EMR solution, then we have what I was able to show you earlier.
So as of right now, the Ring software can integrate seamlessly with the EMR from Sensi, but not with other EMR systems.
We are open. As in, if a client says to us, hey, please integrate with my HIS or my CMS, then we are always open to integrate with them.
So another challenge is in terms of patient information safety. Where are the information on the Ring, the information on the Ring app? Where is it stored? Is it only on the phone, or is there a
Only
cloud?
on the phone.
Okay.
So yeah, the one side would be the doctor side. The data has to transmit via Ring, but ultimately ends up with the patient side. Ring does not long-term store any of the data.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for a most interesting presentation. I've got maybe a comment more than a question. So on a very base level, if you have paper reports, things like that, I can scan or photograph and upload. But to have it more refined, i.e., I want to be able to select my, say, for example, like my discharge summary, my medication as a doctor and give it to the patient, there's going to be an element of the hospital wanting to play ball. And I suspect that was a big problem about getting health records into a national system, because the hospitals didn't want, because that's the cash cow, isn't it? So how difficult, so again, the comment would be, I assume that if more and more people adopt this, you will force the hospital to then be able to share the data. And that's where I suppose this is going to go. But how difficult is it for this to link to a hospital system? Is it HL7 alone, or HL7 has got a whole variety of things that go with it, yeah?
So basically, it's just open APIs and very straightforward APIs, because we are dealing with very limited informations. So two thinking. So we are experimenting this particular thing with one of the largest private hospital group. I don't want to name it. We have restrictions of naming it. And at the same time, a clinic group which has got 45 clinics. So 45 clinics would go live within a month's time, and the hospital would go live sometime in late December, early January. That's the timeline. Now, integration with them, what we find is so far their EMR has got the information. It should be a day's job. It's not. It does not use much of HL7, but it's mostly using the APIs.
Thank you. We might just do one more question before we wrap up. And yeah, any burning question left? Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi everyone, my name is Meredith Gray. Just kidding. My name is Zahira. I work in UMMC. So I just like to know, this system is somewhat similar to MySejahtera to some extent. How do you compete with MySejahtera? That I think there's some work under the pipeline. And do you have a plan to collaborate probably with MySejahtera? Thank you.
I do the first part. Okay. You can do the second part. Okay. Sorry. So Chucks will answer the second part of the question. I'll answer the first part. I think in terms of functionality, that at a very base level, it is. That's why when I started my presentation, I said a new approach to lifetime health records, because this concept is not new. As I mentioned, Malaysia first started it in 2008. So there's a variety of products out there. However, what makes us different is if you were to talk to most vendors of these similar solutions, they all use cloud. Now, in my presentation, what I mentioned is that the realities of using cloud, whilst making the system very robust and very easy to develop, the realities of connecting to, as I mentioned, we have over 10,000 clinics, which then each needs to have a system in place, which are then each of those systems also need to connect with the cloud, right? So if you were to talk to even, say, MySejahtera, I would almost bet you that they would say that their rollout plan is over the next, say, 5-10 years. Why do we need to wait 5 or 10 years? Because this, you can just sign up and you can start sending medical records across, and the patient becomes the aggregator of data. Now, the second aspect, as I mentioned, is that On my Sejahtera side, I mean, I think everyone here has seen how, we went from one day being everyone using My Sejahtera to then people questioning who has access to the data. And overnight, no, we don't really use My Sejahtera on a daily basis anymore, right? So now when the patient knows that, well, only my doctor has my information, and I as an individual, I have all of only me has all of my information, right? I think that's a huge component of a huge difference within that small thought process that puts all of these records in the patient's hands itself, not in some cloud where tomorrow if they say, well, it's a bit too expensive, we don't want to run the cloud anymore, and they shut it down, suddenly all of your records are gone, right? I mean, I don't think that would happen on a government scale, but it's always a possibility. Right? And add the second part?
I think so. Abhishek did a good job, so he has answered. If there is any further thought on that, there's many technical thoughts. Like if we think about cyber security, today we have seen countries, our neighboring countries, also the medical records are getting hacked. The only reason it's getting hacked, because when you concentrate all the data into one focal point, and that's cloud, anybody who wants to hack, he just hacks that focal point. Whereas now, when you distribute out the complete data to the whole awam, all the people around, you create a distributed network. So if anybody wanted to hack, he has to hack the whole population of the country to get access to the data. So it's a little additional technical onto that. And if you visualize, this whole thought process has been at a country level. The first country in the world, you'll be surprised to see, it's Ukraine. And Ukraine has become the first digital country in the world adopting the same thought process directly from source A to source B without keeping any footprints in the cloud.
Thank you. Thank you for your talk. And we just have a... Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Sure. You're allowed. Okay. So the first question I had was, for the hospital to transfer information to your phone, right? That's very technically maybe challenging a bit. But let's say I've got my data, I passed to Lim Soo Kun, right? You said it's all on PDF. Now, how difficult is it for him to then put that PDF as part of my hospital EMR? So he can just put it, so it may be, if it's a PDF, it can't fit the hospital various investigations, right? But I suppose, can the PDF itself be easily just uploaded just as the full report as such?
Yeah, so basically there are a couple of thoughts. Now, is it a doctor-to-doctor communication? Then it will be going through a referral process. If it is going through a referral process, the referral process sits on a cloud, meaning to say that this cloud sits on the hospital levels. It belongs to you. The clinical data belongs to you. What we provide is the platform for the movement. So the data is still sitting with you. Whether you want to acknowledge this data within your EMR, that's possible. Most of the modern EMRs would be in a position to accommodate these sort of data formats. But if it is from patient to a doctor, the journey would be like, I'm a patient, I want a second referral. And I should be in a position from my mobile anywhere in the world to any doctor in the world with whatever applications I have in my mobile, whether it is WhatsApp, Gmail, or any of the other functions. I would be in a position to create a record. Say, example, I want only the pathology reports, or I want my radiology reports, or any specific reports. I would be in a position to generate that reports, and with a click of a button, I would be in a position to share using my email as the basis. So what we have tried to achieve, the reason we can afford to make it a free of cost, is we have used whatever is readily available to every single individual. So that makes it easier. So when you receive it in your email as another file attachment.
Thank you. To end the session, Prof. Vicky, is it possible you could give the token of appreciation to both our speakers? We probably need to get on stage. Thank you.
Can you see for the photo?
No, sorry, it's here. Yeah. Oops. This one's here. Please do stay on. There's another talk coming up. Please don't leave. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, so let's move on to the next talk. All right, so the next lunch talk is from My Cyto Health. So My Cyto Health is Malaysia's pioneer research and development bioprocessing company in the field of regenerative medicine and immunotherapy. It was founded by Dr. Daniel, and the co-founder is Dr. Wong in 2020, as a company that places great emphasis on research and continuous development. Cyto Health strongly believe in the fact, data, and evidence-based solution. Hence, they always deliver the best services and expertise in bioprocessing for regenerative medicine and immunotherapy. They partner with medical facilities, research institutions, and universities to advance the frontiers of knowledge and medical innovation in the fields. Cyto Health trusts in local developments, and they are dedicated to moving laboratory discoveries from lab scale to real-life application. With that, I would like to call upon Mr. Benson, who will be giving the talk on Chitojoin advancing knee osteoarthritis therapy with chitosan stem cell integration, a phase 1 clinical exploration.
So later I just control here. Testing. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to the organizing committee for inviting us to this event. It is my honor to be here to share our experience and present our work on the first phase clinical trial using a combination of biomaterial and mesenchymal stem cells in the osteoarthritis. So let's dive deeper into the background of our study. So as many of you are aware, the cartilage damage is a prevalent issue caused by various factors. For example, the trauma or osteoarthritis. The structural integrity of the cartilage is crucial to ensure a smooth functioning of the joint. So when it becomes a compromise, it will lead to significant pain, discomfort, and somehow it will diminish the quality of life of the patients. So currently, there are two primary approaches for addressing the cartilage damage, which is a total knee replacement and microfracture surgery. Total knee replacement involves the removal of the damaged joint and replacing with artificial prosthesis. While it can provide a relief and restore the functionality of the joint, it is a major surgical intervention and often associated with potential complications, including the periprosthetic tissue debris formation and
the risk of long-term prosthetic wear. On the other hand, microfracture is a less invasive procedure that is suitable for focal cartilage defects, but it has also some limitations, including the formation of fibrocartilage instead of hyaline cartilage, which is ideal tissue for the joint function, and this will lead to the formation of tissue like focal cartilage arthritis and the need to having repeated surgeries afterwards. So our research aims to address this limitation and provide more effective and sustainable solution. Now, let's look at the innovative solution at the core of the research, the chitosan-based scaffold. Chitosan, a natural polymer that can obtain from the marine resources, shows a tremendous promise in the regenerative medicines. We specifically focus on the composite scaffold made of polyvinyl alcohol, PVA, as well as the carboxymethyl chitosan, NOCC. Here is why this combination is significant. First, the PVA is chosen because of its exceptional weight-bearing properties, making it well-suited for the load-bearing joints like the knee, and its biocompatibility ensures the minimal adverse reaction present when introduced into body. NOCC, being a derivative of chitosan, possess a structure similar to GAGs, which are vital components for the cartilage extracellular matrices. This structural similarity make the NOCC an ideal candidate for promoting cartilage repair. By looking at the properties of these two materials, we can know that the composite material offers several favorable properties, including biocompatibilities, biodegradability, antibacterial characteristic from the chitosan, and wound healing abilities. These properties collectively enhance the potential for the use in knee osteoarthritis therapy. And this scaffold represents a significant advancement in addressing cartilage damage by providing an environment conducive for cartilage regeneration. While the scaffold forms the structural foundation for our therapy, we must also consider the cellular component of it that bring us to the bone marrow-derived mesenchymal stem cells. We know that intra-articular injection of ex vivo expanded MSC has been explored as a potential treatment for osteoarthritis, but there are notable challenges that are associated with this approach. One of it, which is the limited migration of MSC towards the injured area within the joint cavity, and somehow they have a low targeting efficiency that will reduce the therapeutic effects of the MSC, potentially leaving certain regions of cartilage untreated. So, to address this challenge, we introduced ChitoJoint, a groundbreaking therapy that combines the PVA NOCC scaffold together with bone marrow MSC. So let's explore some key features of the ChitoJoint in greater details. First, like what I've mentioned, ChitoJoint have a demonstrated excellent biocompatibility, which is essential to ensure that it's well tolerated by patient's body without trigger immune rejection. And this product able to promote the formation of cartilage by chondroinductive and provide a framework for new tissue growth for chondroconductive. It is a pivotal factor to make this scaffold effective in osteoarthritis treatment. And also, this product able to we are able to get very good resources since we are in Malaysia and the marine life is resourceful. So we take pride in the fact that ChitoJoint can reproduce or getting the raw material using the marine waste. and aligning with sustainable practices. And lastly, the viscoelastic model of chital joint is also crucial to help us for the transplantation process, as well as adapt it into the dynamic movement within the joint. So chital joint represent a fusion of advanced biomaterials and cell-based therapy, offering a multifaceted approach to address knee osteoarthritis. So, to bring chital joint from laboratory to clinical application, do allow me to spend some time for some storytelling before we enter in the clinical settings. Our fundamental studies serve as a bedrock of the research. So, around 15 years back, our collaborators from initiated the effort to establish that the properties of PVA and OCC scaffolds closely mimic to those native cartilage. And to that end, they conduct rigorous physiochemical and mechanical assessment, comparing the scaffold to the natural cartilage characteristic. So this research has not only solidified the scientific foundation of our approach, but also lead them to file for a patent to protect the innovative scaffold fabrication method. And next, our in vitro study provide essential insights into the biocompatibility of the chital joint. This study demonstrated that the scaffolds support the attachment and proliferation of human mesenchymal stem cell, and this finding is a testament to its excellent biocompatibility, which is a prerequisite for a safe and effective clinical use. Importantly, this study also showed that there is no sign of host immune rejection, further supporting the in vivo biocompatibility of chital joint. And this outcome provides a strong foundation for our subsequent research phases. Before we venturing into human clinical trial, our research advanced to animal studies. In this phase, we compared the outcome of cartilage defect treated with the chital joint combined with the MSC to untreated control defects. The result was highly promising, with treated cartilage defects exhibiting excellent repair compared to the controls, and this provides a compelling evidence of the potential clinical utilities of chital joint. And now, this is the stages that we are in now, where based on the research done, we can see the potential of the scaffold in osteoarthritis treatment. And the next step to do is to ensure that our prototype is comparable to the existing commercial products. Chital joint do distinguish itself when compared to the existing commercial product in several crucial aspects. Aside from the common properties such as an off-the-shelf product, animal tested, chital joint viscoelastic model, like what I have mentioned, it facilitates a convenient transplantation process, which is able to adapt into a dynamic movement within the joint, and this is significant advantage towards other products. And our fabrication methods is also streamlined to ensure a lower cost of production and scalability. And to ensure a steady supply of our raw material, we take advantage of locally available raw materials to promoting a sustainability and reducing dependence on imports. And most importantly, the intellectual property rights of chital joint belongs to University of Malaya, making it a truly Malaysian technology. These advantages position chital joint as a promising candidate in the osteoarthritis treatment. So this clinical trial is a result of a collaborative efforts between University of Malaya and My Cytohealth Syndrome Berhad. We are also fortunate to have received funding support from Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. The University of Malaya contributed technical expertise in the scaffold production as well as the surgical procedures, clinical trial management, and product development, whereas our company plays a vital role in product development, product registration, and further clinical trial management. This collaboration represents a synergetic partnership that combines the academic excellence with the industry experience to advance the development of Kytojoy. Now, let's move on deeper into the design of our clinical trial. The success of any clinical trials hinge to a careful selection of participants. Our inclusion criteria specify the characteristic that potential participants must possess, ensuring that the trial's outcomes are meaningful and accurate. Conversely, exclusion criteria help us to exclude individuals who may introduce confounding variables or face any elevated risks. And these criteria are meticulously defined to ensure that the trial proceeds with precision and integrity. Don't worry, I won't go through this one by one. It's just to showing it. Okay. The study procedure is a comprehensive and meticulously planned process that takes us from laboratory research to clinical trial clinical application. We initiate the process by procuring bone marrow aspirates from patient to elect crest bone marrow aspiration. This procedure is performed under aseptic condition to ensure patient safety, and the bone marrow-derived MSC are isolated and cultured in a good manufacturing practice facility. This is to ensure that the production of high quality and standardized cell population. Concurrently, the scaffold is fabricated and seeded with cultured MSC carefully, and this is the crucial step to prepare the Kytojoy product. And the implant is then introduced to the patient's damaged cartilage using a minimal invasive arthroscopic procedure, and this approach minimizes patient trauma, reduce recovery time, and enhance the precision of the treatment. Following the implantation, the patient was closely monitored for 26 months. This extended follow-up period allowed us to assess the long-term safety and efficacy of Kytojoy. Any ambitious research project carries inherent risks, and our Kytojoy project is no exception. However, we have taken proactive measures to address and mitigate the risks. To ensure the product quality, Kytojoy will be manufactured in a strict accordance to good manufacturing practices, adhering to rigorous quality control standards. And the surgical procedures will be conducted by experienced surgeons using state-of-the-art equipment at UMMC, minimizing the surgical risks. And we have effective budget management in place with the help of CICUM to ensure financial stability throughout the project. And while patient non-compliance is actually one of our huge potential risks, we have established a robust communication channel between our study coordinators and patients to mitigate the risk. Clear and continuous communication ensure that the patient understand and adhere to the protocol. And last but not least, is the challenges that we face in this trial. In the regulatory and ethical aspects of this project, we're having a hard time actually to apply the ethical approval. This is because as one of the very few clinical trials that involve mesenchymal stem cells, we need to put extra effort to discuss and defend our project with National Committee on Ethics of Stem Cell Research and Therapy to ensure that our research meet the highest ethical standards. So, in conclusion, our journey with Kytojoy represents a promising path forward in the treatment of knee osteoarthritis through the meticulous integration and the advanced biomaterial at cutting-edge stem cell culture. We aim to provide the patient with more effective, less invasive, and sustainable solution. Before I end my presentation, I would like to extend my appreciation to every single individual who assists us to make this project successful. That's all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Benson, for giving us such a concise, short, yet a very informative talk on a clinical trial. So basically, Mr. Benson and MyCyto Health is the industrial partner for the National Orthopedic Center of Excellence. So now we open the floor for the questions.
Thank you, Benson, for the very interesting and very informative talk. So just now you showed a roadmap for from the bench side to the bedside progression of from the research products to clinical use products. So can you share with us the challenges or obstacles within this roadmap towards the commercialization based on your experience and for this example? Thank you.
Yeah. So I believe that in University of Malaya, research always happen and keep going. But in most of the time, in realistic, is that the research always stop in publications or KPI. And mostly, it will be just animal study and that's all. The result of that is because commercialization is not an easy process, whereby first, we need to think of whether it is realistic or not. We can get a treatment which can have 99% recovery, but the cost could be 100 times higher to our standard treatment at this moment. So, I believe that the biggest challenge for us to commercialize the certain products that is from the lab to the market is how can we strategize the commercialization strategy, how can we evaluate the potential of the research or the prototype that we can bring it furthermore into the market. All right. Yeah, I can hear you, no problem.
Thank you, Benson, for the talk and a very interesting approach to treating knee osteoarthritis. Just two questions with regards to the methodology of the phase 1 trial. What is the sample size for a phase 1 clinical trial, safety trial in this case? And number two, what are the outcome measures you are using? Is it purely clinical, or is it do you see regeneration of the actual cartilage loss pre and post 26 months after the surgery? Thank you.
All right. For our sample size for this phase 1 study is 8 patients, and how we evaluate is based on several aspects. First will be on the evaluation. For example, the VAS evaluation, Kujala, IKDC, and the others. And we also access by the MRI and X-ray on the knee to see the regeneration of the cartilage.
Yeah, thank you, Vincent, for the explanation just now. In terms of the regulations, I believe there's still a lot of challenges because it's still relatively new with the current or recent full enforcement with the CGTP guideline. So is there any experience in this that you can share with us about the product registration related to this cell-based therapy? Thank you.
All right. So this is actually a very interesting experience for me because from now what we know is that, for example, for CGTP, we have class 1 and class 2. Mainly for the class 1 are referring to the autologous cells therapies, that their regulation is much more lenient, whereas for the class 2 is more on the autologous or genetic modified cell therapy products. So our products here, even though it is autologous MSC therapies, but we're actually facing a hard time during our defense with the answers, which is because of one policy, which is a first in human. So the committee actually asked us, okay, this is a very good approach, a very good strategy, a very good treatment, but has it done it in Malaysia? Otherwise, if no, then it considered as a first in human, and so far the policy doesn't allow us to do so. So we actually entered a unlimited loop is that, have you done it before? If no, then you cannot do. But when we want to try it, a new one, again, we can't do it as a first in human policy. So we try our best to defend and explain to the committee, and fortunately, they accept our defense and they approve our project. And at the same time, our company also invited to be one of the member to draft or modify the policy of it so that we can bring it more products or more CGTP products in future, so that it will not easily hindered because of the first in human policy.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the talk. So I'm just curious, like currently in what stage is the clinical trial? Like, is it still recruiting, or is there already starting to have like the treatment? Yeah.
Okay, so this is still a first stage clinical trial, and our first recruitment will be on in November, mid of November of this year.
Hi, Vincent, over here.
Hi.
Following up to that question, now that you are entering your clinical trial phase, looking forward, what are your plans to bring this to a larger scale, to upscale this, to expand this?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so for the upscale for Chitogyne is actually quite tricky because it is a combination of a scaffold and the MSC. So for upscaling production of the MSC is quite straightforward, as we can have different approach. For example, using a cell factory cell stack or a 3D microcarrier approach to make the expansion. Whereas for the scaffold itself, we actually trying to make it into a semi-automated or automated setup, so that in future we can minimize the human risk during the fabrication of this product.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to extend to the earlier question just now. So, if there's a participant who is interested to enroll in this trial and they are more keen on using autologous stem cell instead of going for a bone marrow aspirate, would there be any possibility for them to enroll as using the, for example, allogenic MSC? They do not need to go for the bone marrow aspirate. Yeah.
Okay, so unfortunately, because this is a clinical trials that we have all our protocols and inclusion and exclusion criteria, we are not allowed to use the allogenic mesenchymal stem cell. But this is actually one of our planning in future. So after we have completed the phase 1 trial, and fortunately phase 2, we will start to venture into using allogenic mesenchymal stem cell, as this will be, in my opinion, allogenic mesenchymal stem cell will be much more easier to obtain, or we can even call it off-the-shelf product in future.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well done, Mr. Benson. So give a round of applause and I would like to call Professor Gowri to give a token of appreciation to the Mr. Benson. All right, moving along. So the afternoon session, we're going to have a post postgraduate career fair for research and mixed mode coursework students. I believe the research student also can join at the Cube. So we have panels from 3 companies, if not mistaken. So please approach Cube for the career fair. Thank you. Tomorrow lah. Tadi dia kata mic tak fungsi, that's why saya naik. Saya lari ke sini ke sana.